A very good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to Day 4 coverage of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 fixture between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. We are in for a great day of cricket here and the result hopefully will not be too far away. But let's just remind you of the situation of play. Nottinghamshire currently at the crease on 187 for 6, leading Somerset by 270 runs. Brett Hutton and Stephen Mullaney are at the crease and they will be making their way out into the middle very shortly. But let's just remind you of all the action from Day 3 yesterday, and we'll do that with the highlights.
Patterson in again, past umpire Burns now, then this must be close, and Gibbon thuds into the front pad of Cameron Bancroft. Patterson bowls, edged, good catch, Ben Duckett, second slip, and Abel goes 4-4 out, and Patterson's got another one. It's 50 for 4, really good diving catch.
Straight past the bowler.
There's an LBW shot, and he's got him. Cola Cadmore goes, and Brett Hutton's got his third wicket of the innings.
Hutton to Gregory. Oh, he bowled! A dreadful shot by Lewis Gregory, going for a great heave. In and bowls. Oh, it takes him on the pad. That must be close, and he's gone. Oh, dear. 80 for 7. Brett Hutton on a hat-trick. Here's Hutton in bowls. Oh, bowls him. Bowls him. That was a really good in-swinger. James bowls, and this is driven away by Josh Davey for 4 runs.
Lodged somewhere in the back of the memory. Driven away for 4, and the follow-on's been saved.
James in bowls, and Leach is hitting this in the air, and Mullaney will take the catch. And that concludes the partnership between Leach and Davey. He's in and bowls. And, well, that's slammed down the ground. 4-6. Here's James in and bowls to Davey, who lofts this away into
orbit.
The Fox Road stand.
Be a chilly old place to go, doesn't it? This one's worked away on the leg side. Liam Patterson white bowling, and Josh Davey he's going to come back for 2. Ben Martindale, the sub-fielder's getting a little bit of a hurry up from 1 or 2 teammates. Patterson in again, handsome looking blow over mid-wicket, and it'll go for 4. The 60s. Patterson bowls, he's edged that, and he's caught. Patterson gets his 3rd wicket. Brett Hutton, the star of the show, fittingly has the final say because he takes the slip catch, and Somerset have been bowled out for 173. Josh Davey is the last man out, caught at slip by Brett Hutton from the bowling of Dame Patterson for 60. Overton in once more, and he drives handsomely. I thought that was going to be cut off, but he just got it to the onside of straight and away for the first runs of the innings. You slide into my slot, and Anthony will come where you are as this is forced into the offside, and I'll go and lay down in a darkened room as Hamid punches this out into the offside for 4.
Overton bowls. This is turned through the onside, and that will run away, I think, for 4 runs. Comes racing in and bowls, and this is in the air and caught at the second attempt. He's there and bowls. This is driven back past him for 4 runs, over pitch from Peter Siddle, and a handsome straight drive from Hasid.
He'll need the top coat on as Gregory bowls, and lovely from Slater. Sooner or later something had to give.
Full delivery, and Hamid plays his hand through. Lovely shot through the offside. Gregory comes in. Excellent delivery there. Big appeal. But umpire calls dead ball. I think he thinks it's tickled through.
Michael Burns has walked across to David Mills, and he's given him out, I think. He's given him out.
Bowls. Oh, takes him on the pad and given out.
Get to my point in a second. Gray Overton bowls, nicked, caught.
Brilliantly caught. Cameron Bancroft.
Slater's gone. 98 for 4. Lovely looking drive. That's up there. Next one out. Wide of the off stump again, driven handsomely. Lyndon James.
Davies in and bowls. This is driven fiercely through extra cover. Handsome shot by Lyndon James. Gone.
Caught and bowled from Leach. Soft dismissal there from James.
Davies in and bowls. And this is pulled away. It's in the air and will be safe as it goes for 6.
For the lead is 2-3-3. Gregory to Mullaney again, uppishly whipped away on the leg side. 6 runs.
There wasn't any room in the seam attack.
This one's edged and caught, and Owen Patterson-White's gone.
So that was the action from yesterday on day 3. Now, as you saw there, Somerset were all out for 173 runs. If we just take a look at the Notts bowling scorecard in a bit more detail, you will see that it was Dane Patterson that got us underway yesterday. He managed to get 3 wickets. Just a note on Stuart Broad there, 15 overs from Broady, 4 maidens, no wickets. But if you was watching the stream yesterday, you will see at the start of the day he was Stuart Broad, wasn't he really? He was very unlucky not to get a wicket, bowling at pace, and how that ball missed the wickets, I do not know. But it was Brett Hutton that was the star of this show, 6 wickets for the hitman Hutton. And at the end of the day, after he'd just come off the pitch with the captain Stephen Mullaney bat in hand, the Trent Bridge media team managed to speak to him. Let's have a listen and hear what he had to say.
Brett, well bowled after a frustrating day of rain yesterday. That's a perfect way to respond. What's your assessment of that day?
Yeah, no, really pleased with it. Good day for us as a whole. Put ourselves in a good position that, to push on and hopefully win the game.
And when you rock up in early April and there's a bit of green on the pitch and there's overhead, is it a case of just putting the ball in the right place, or is it a bit more complicated than that?
Bowling always tends to go back to the basics of areas and things like that, and we did that for as long as we could, and I think the 2 that bowled before me set the tone really and created all the pressure that I just, it was my day. I reaped the rewards of what was a really strong unit's effort.
Yeah, is it possible to do what you do, getting 6 wickets, getting the plaudits without the likes of Dane and Stewart and Lyndon bowling as well as they did as well today?
No, I don't think it is. It's too hard in cricket to just have one man do really well and others not back him up. It's, the cliches of everyone bowls in partnerships, bats in partnerships, but it's right. Without the pressure from both ends, batters start to feel comfortable, and then the good ball doesn't seem quite as good.
And was there a sort of spell where it felt like it started to click from you? Obviously the ball started moving quite a lot, and 3 wickets in 7 balls, that felt like you had the ball on a string.
Yeah, obviously I was happy with it, but a bit of just one of those things. New batters, it's always hard, and every morning we always talk about the first few balls of batters is always the hardest thing, and like I say, you just try and put it in the same sort of area or whatever, and just hope that they miss it, or that the ball does something that they can't deal with.
And from a batting perspective, we're used to seeing high run rates from Nottinghamshire here, but I suppose it was a different style of innings actually. Sort of had to soak some pressure up and then decide when to counter. Were you impressed with the way that the likes of Ben Slater and Lyndon and Mo and yourself even went about that?
Yeah, obviously it's not been the flat pitch that people think it could be or whatever, but you have to find your way of doing it, and yes, our way is normally a lot more positive, but you have to give them some credit as well. They strung some really good overs together and created some good pressure that our lads soaked up, and then it's that ability to still be positive when you get that chance, which I thought we did really well when we were given the opportunity.
And when you come back tomorrow, is it a case of looking how many runs you want, or is it a time that you need to bowl them out?
I don't know, that's above my pay grade. I think I'll just bat as long as I get told to, hopefully, and whatever we feel we need to bowl them out, whatever we do, and just we'll go for the win, whatever comes from the powers above.
So they were the thoughts of Brett Hutton at the end of day 3 last night. He's just made his way down the pavilion steps with the captain Stephen Mullaney. The Somerset players are making their way out of the pavilion as well. We're just waiting on the umpires as we're about 4 minutes away from the start of play here on day 4. Just to let you know that today's schedule of play is 96 overs, lunch at 1 o'clock and tea at 3:40. So I think we're about ready now. So let's hand you over to our commentary team of Phoebe Graham, Anthony Gibson, and of course the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge for what will be the final day of this LV County Championship game between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. All results are possible, folks, with Nottinghamshire going into this final day an overall lead of 270. They're 187 for 6. Stephen Mullaney and Brett Hutton at the crease. Clearly no insight as to the game plan, but you'd imagine Notts won't want to be out there for too long. My reading of the situation is maybe go out there and see if they can whack a quick 30 or 40 or 50 in double quick time. It might not happen. They may lose their wickets, of course, but I think they'll want to spend the bulk of the day trying to bowl Somerset out and try and press for a victory. Of course, the problem with that is if they don't get that 30, 40 or 50 runs, Somerset, I think with a full day at the crease, will very much fancy chasing down what at the moment is a lead of 270. So, as I say, all results are possible. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, the voice of Somerset cricket. Anthony Gibson's here, and we're all friends together in the commentary box. We haven't got a Ross or a Monica or a Joey or a Chandler, but we have got a Phoebe. Phoebe Graham from Lancashire is with us as Craig Overton opens the bowling, and the first ball of the day is put away by Brett Hutton. And excuse my manners, Anthony, because we're already underway a little early perhaps, but a very good morning to Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, good morning, Dave. Morning, everyone. It's cloudy here at Trent Bridge, but high cloud, not threatening cloud, and not the sort of cloud that you would imagine would give the bowlers too much help in the way of swing. And a gentle loosener there from Craig Overton that's dismissed through the offside.
We started early again, 10:59 on the board. Finished at 7:23 last night as Overton is in again to Brett Hutton, who defends. Thanks very much to Aaron for setting up the day. Those of you watching on the live stream, trentbridge.co.uk/live. If you've been with us for the last 10 or 15 minutes, you'll have seen all the highlights from yesterday, the interview with Brett Hutton, and Aaron nicely setting the day up. So thanks to Aaron, thanks to all our camera crew that are out there in what's pretty chilly conditions at the moment, and thanks to Kirsty for getting us on air this morning with the technical expertise. 191 for 6 as Craig Overton is in to bowl, and Hutton again plays an expansive looking shot out into the offside. There were cries of catch. I don't know if it was the ball they were saying catch or Stephen Mullaney's bat, which he's dropped as he'd run down to the other end, but they're not skipper.
Craig Overton, not a picture of happiness. He's already having foothold problems.
Mr. Grump. We did have a Mr. Grumpy on the Twitter yesterday, didn't we? But so we're doing an update for Radio Nottingham in a second. Matt's been on from the club kindly, just as a reminder. Of course, back to normal timings today, Dave. Lunch 1 o'clock, tea 3:40 fixed, but it will be 96.5 overs because this over needs to be completed as this goes through to the keeper. Here is that Radio Nottingham update, and then we'll get on with the main business of the day once we've spoken to the local radio listeners. Big day in these parts, of course. There's likely to be a bit of noise behind us this afternoon with Nottingham Forest playing Manchester United. Sometimes it's a little strange to be here in the ground with several hundred people and hear a roar from 29,000 behind us, but we may or may not be able to hear that later on. Here is that update. Where we've begun on time, Nottinghamshire in pursuit of quick runs here. They had an overall lead of 270 at the start of the day over Somerset. They'll clearly be looking to rattle on, get another 40 or 50 quickly, and then try and bowl Somerset out for the first win. Just had the first over of the day completed, and Notts on their way already. 9 runs have come from it. Brett Hutton's on 25, Stephen Mullaney 33, Notts 196 for 6. So there's that update for BBC Radio Nottingham. The bleached blonde locks of Mr. Siddle, Peter Siddle, are going to bowl from the far end, the pavilion end.
Bowled very well yesterday afternoon.
He did indeed. Oops,
He bowled
sorry,
very well
I've
yesterday afternoon.
Nothing personal, just turned Anthony's microphone off.
I thought it was the quickest spell we've seen in the match so far from Siddle yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday when he was at Notts, he surprised me actually. He was slippery quick, Peter Siddle. I spoke to one or two umpires during that time when he was here. Might get a bit of an insight onto that in a moment or two, Anthony. After you've done this over, we might have a natter to somebody who knows him better than I ever will. But it is going to be Siddle at 196 for 6.
Here comes Siddle, bowling to Brett Hutton, who swings and misses as he goes through low to James Rew behind the stumps. Not much doubt there about Brett Hutton's intentions. Got a man out, Josh Davey, who's on the field, which will be good news for Somerset listeners. He's got a hamstring twinge. Went off with it in the final session yesterday evening and then came back on again. And I asked him whether he'd be fit to bowl, and he said it would depend on what the physio says, but I doubt it. This is turned into the onside, and Josh Davey will do the fielding, just a single.
Likewise, I should give an update from the from the Notts treatment room. We saw quite a nasty injury sustained by Tom Moores yesterday. As I understand it, Tom won't take any further part in the game. Not expecting him to bat, and Joe Clark will keep the gloves on, and Notts will have a 12th man as a fielder. Nasty finger injury. It's going to be properly assessed during the course of the week. Going to see a specialist tomorrow. They'll get the x-rays, they'll have a look at it. Does seem initially, if there might be a little period out of the game for Tom, bad news, but he's not expected to take any further part in the game this morning, and that's from the Notts coaching staff.
Siddle to Mullaney, pulls this away, it's up in the air, should be caught by Lewis Gregory, and is caught as Mullaney, looking to hit that over the onside, gets a top edge and a comfortable catch to Lewis Gregory at mid-off, and that is the first wicket of the day. 197 for 7 are Notts.
Well, as I mentioned several times, the big mates Stephen Mullaney and Peter Siddle, and Siddle's got him twice in this particular match. LBW in the first innings, and now he's got him, and I'm sure he's given him a little bit of a wink as Stephen Mullaney goes. At the crease for just over 2 hours, faced 61 balls. 2 4s and 2 big 6s yesterday. Is that 61 or 81? Get the bins on, Dave. It's 81 balls. 33 Stephen Mullaney made. 197 for 7. So that lead sneaking up towards 300. And a little bit of bish bash bosh from Stuart Broad, who's on his way out to the middle. We saw him have a net this morning, and there were members of the ground crew and the coaching staff running hither and thither to fetch them back as he teed off in the nets. Let's see how he goes when he gets out of the middle.
This could be fun, couldn't it?
It might be brief. Second ball
in the first innings.
A second ball duck.
Yeah. Well, it's what's the lead now? 197 lots, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got to add 83 to that, so it's 280, I think.
Yeah, 280.
It does help when we revert to the normal board, and it actually says what the lead is, rather than us doing the old Rachel Riley's.
280.
280, yeah.
So Somerset would need 281 if the last 2 wickets go down.
And of course, that would be the highest score of the match. I mean, it does happen, but not often that the
pitches here sometimes get better.
Well, certainly on the last day, it's proved a little tricky to force a result over the last few years.
My statistician, Steve Pittard, recalls the occasion when 2014 Middlesex against Notts batted on for 7.3 overs on the 4th morning to set Notts 385 runs to win, and they knocked the runs off in 74.5 overs.
Well, Ricky Vessel's got a few that day. He had it on him that day.
Siddle to Broad, who just nudges that off the shoulder of his bat down to fine leg for understated 4 runs, but just exactly what Notts would have wanted. And 200 is on the board. 201 for 7. Not a very good delivery from Peter Siddle.
It's what you want when you're on a pair, isn't it? Whether you're one of England's most celebrated cricketers of all time, or a young wet behind the ears novice, always nice to get off the mark, and particularly first ball, one just drifting down the leg side that you can just tickle away.
Siddle bowls, and this is
just short, I think.
Short of Cameron Bancroft at second slip, but it was not a great shot by Stuart Broad, hanging his bat head.
It was nearly the second ball again, his demise.
Yeah. He survives. 201 for 7. Yeah, Ricky Vessel's back then, 74 from 48 balls against a pretty good Middlesex attack as well.
He can play, Ricky.
Roland Jones and Stephen Finn. This is hammered away through the offside. It'll be cut off, should be cut off, is cut off by Jack Leach, scurrying round the boundary, and it's just a single. Leach doing well. That brings the over to a conclusion. Successful one for Peter Siddle, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 32 knots, 202 for 7, and I'll make way for our first guest of the day.
I was just going to say, can I be extremely rude, Anthony, and just say that was a good shift. We'll get Anthony back in just a second. Wouldn't normally do this, obviously. We love hearing from Anthony, and we will get plenty to hear from him, but we always we very much enjoy it when the players and the coaching staff and whatever pop up and say hello. And Luke Fletcher, not playing in this particular game, he just popped in, a few hours to kill before going to the City Ground, no doubt. Popped in to say hello. Very good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Just brought the kids in. I've got 2 hours. Kirsty's gone for a walk, and I said I'll have the kids this morning, bring them to the world famous Trent Bridge to watch some 4-day cricket.
Lovely to see Freddie and Rosie behind us in their football tops. Well, no, Freddie's got his Notts One Day shirt on as Lewis Gregory round the wicket bowls, and Stuart Broad again looking as if he's here for a good time rather than a long time. I know you've been in and out of the game over the last 2 or 3 days. We have seen you. We have exchanged words once or twice. What do you make of it? What do you make of the match situation?
I mean, brilliant. A shame we lost the day to rain the full day. I mean, it's. I think we would have had a result by now, is what I'm trying to say. So, but yeah, I think from our point of view, I think we feel like we've dominated the game since it started. It's just about finishing it off now. Gregory, who's had a particularly good match, he's on 9 wickets actually for the match, and Broad pushes it into the covers, no run. There's a word going round that you've not been rotated or rested, but you have actually got a bit of a niggle. Is that right? Yeah, a bit of a sore ankle, my right ankle. So, I mean, with the
is that from the Aegis Bowl last week?
Yeah, I mean, with the cartel of bowlers we've got here, it'd be silly to push it really. So I had a decent chat with Kunwar, the physio. He was a top man. I've got to say that because his missus is in there as well. So.
Sun's down the leg side, and a little push and run up to mid-on by Stuart Broad, who moves on to 5, 202 for 7. Anybody else you want to thank whilst you're here?
No, it made sense to let this ankle sort of rest. It's a long season ahead, so and obviously, I mean, Brett's been bowling well all pre-season, so he was unlucky to miss the first game, and as you seen yesterday, he's come in and took 6 or so. He's come and done a great job. Got the shirt, hasn't he? He's got the shirt, Brett. He's got the shirt, yeah. He's got the shirt. He's got the shirt, yeah. There'll be plenty of vying for places next week, won't there? As Gregory bowls a full toss and Brett Hutton punches it into the offside. I mean, you're going to want to play at Lords. Ollie Stone's going to want to play at Lords. Jake Ball must be chomping at the bit to get a chance. Dane's never played at Lords. Dane desperately wants to play. Brody, we always likes playing at Lords, and Brett's got the 6er. It's going to be a strong bowling attack, isn't it, if you all get a go? 7 seamers. No, it's a difficult one for Pete and for Stephen, but it is what it is. You know, we want to win the championship, so we need it. Well, horses for courses. Of course, you're the batter at Lords, aren't you? As Brett's thrown the willow at this one and misses it after your 250s there last year. It was bizarre, wasn't it? What do you mean it was bizarre? It was bizarre in the way it happened, that you got 50 as number 11, and then with 1 over left in the day, you asked, well, can I go out and open? You know, I'll be the sacrificial lamb, and you went out and got another 50 opening in the second innings. Opening's actually easier than batting down lower order because there's more gaps, if that makes sense. Obviously, the ball's newer, but I don't think tail-enders are good enough to nick it sometimes. They're that far away from it, so. There's Gregory in again to Brett Hutton, drives confidently into the offside for a single. I know
you've done lots and lots of publicity about it, but just why you're here, first time we've got you on air this season, let's just quickly mention your testimonial year. How's it going? What is there for the good folk of Nottinghamshire and the surrounds to look forward to? And is it something that you're finding you're having to throw more of your time into it maybe than you would want? I know you've got an excellent committee run by Kirsty looking after things. Yeah, no, I've been lucky, and I think I've been spoken to quite a lot of people that have had testimonials in the past. It's the committee. You get lucky with the people that are on your committee and helping you out, then it makes the job a lot easier. And I am, Kirsty and Aaron Lord, who obviously run the live stream here as well, are helping me out, as are quite a lot of people. So I've been very fortunate in that regard. It's settling and bowls, and Hutton plays this up to mid-on. There's no run. And we're in a bit of a quiet spot at the minute, but there's events coming up. We started well with the launch night and then the dinner as well, the lunch, sorry. That was good, wasn't it? That was good. That was good. You hosted. That was good. That was really good. Yeah. You did a great job there. Never mind Swanee at the dinner. Never mind these mega stars. The golf days. Did I tell you my pie joke? What? Go on then. The pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you did. I think you groaned. The pie was good though. It was good, yeah. There's a leg bye taken here whilst we're talking recipes. 205 for 7. But coming up, you've got a golf day and a day at the races, the next two events. Yeah, Southern races, which is the golf day is on the 15th of May. I think that's the right date. It's all on LF23 testimonial on. When you get a noise on your phone, and all noises in theory sound the same, but when it's from Kirsty, it sounds differently. It shouldn't do. Kirsty, tell Luke, 16th of May golf day, 6th of June races, 3rd of July dinner. There you are. Siddle bowls, and Stuart Broad's thrown the bat at that. Gets nothing on it as it goes through to James Rue. So they're your next three events. Your golf day, which is at Oakmere. 6th of June, Southall races, a day at the races. Did you back a winner yesterday? Did you see it? Did you watch it? I don't bet on horses. I don't really understand it. And 3rd of July, dinner. Is that Kirsty inviting us two out for a dinner, or is it? No, that's the main dinner. So right. The guests we've got for that is Broad, James Anderson, Lee Wood, and Stuart Pearce. So that should be quite a good event. Broad, a little push into the offside for a single, 206 for 7. Sorry if we're not totally focusing on every single delivery here, I'm trying to, but whilst Luke Fletcher, Nottinghamshire seamer, has popped in to say hello, it'd be rude not to hear what he's got to say. I did say Siddle. There was one umpire in that 2014 when he played here, told me he's slippery quick. Surprised me. Is he slippery quick? Hey, you got to remember he's 38 now. So in his pomp. He's sort of an awkward pace, really. You can't really get under him. He's not a really tall bloke, is he? So he's always sort of at you. He's bowling to Brett Hutton, who keeps this one out. He's a lovely fella, though. He is. He's a top man. I mean, he was only with us for a couple of years, but I mean, we've been lucky with the Victorian lads that have come over. Obviously, both Pattinsons, Siddle, David Hussey. They're all top lads, and it's always great to see Sids. He'll have enjoyed getting Mulaney twice, won't he? Yeah, but there's no. Yeah, I mean, he would have. Yeah, of course he would. But he's a quality bowler. He's still got it on the string there. He knows what he's doing. He might have lost a yard, but he's still got it in the locker if he really wants to ramp things up. Luke Fletcher with us, the Nottinghamshire seamer, as Hutton drives this into the offside. I foolishly threw out an opinion which always backfires. I said Notts this morning out there 5, 6, 7 overs, just try and whack a quick 50 if they could, and obviously they want to spend the bulk of the day bowling. Do you anticipate them going on longer than that, or will there be a number that Stephen Mulaney's looking at, 320 or 350, however long it takes to get there, or will it be done and dusted in a couple of overs? It'll obviously be how many overs we think we need to bowl them out. It's quite a short boundary to the left of where we're sat here from the Radcliffe Road, so they'll be wary of that. Generally the pitches do improve through the 4 days, but I think the conditions, there's quite a lot of moisture around, so I think we'll try and slog a few runs and get out there and bowl maybe an hour before the lunch break. There's Broad, who's on 7. Gregory bowls, and Stuart Broad has got hold of that one. It's come down towards us all the way along the ground for 4. That's going to take the lead over. No, it's not. It's 210 for 7. It's 293. 293 is the lead. Sometimes in these scenarios, skippers do look at, will we get a second new ball at the end of the day? And you know, if they declared now 90 overs, they'd have to bowl Somerset out, which would mean a chance of a second new ball. But we haven't had an innings in the match go sort of anywhere near that just yet, as Broad loses his off stump here, and Lewis Gregory, many congratulations to Lewis, who gets his 10th wicket of the contest, a career best 7 for in the first innings, and now he's clean bowled Stuart Broad for his 3rd wicket in this innings, and understandably being congratulated by his Somerset teammates. That's a terrific effort from Lewis Gregory. Stuart Broad cleaned up for 11 in the pursuit of quick runs. That's 210 for 8.
No wondering, does he, Broady?
Your skipper, isn't he, Lewis Gregory, in the Trent Rockets last year when you won the 100?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good lad. Great.
I was going to say, you obviously have an insight.
Yeah, no, just a real good lad. Quite calm person. Obviously, bags of experience. Been around the game a long time now. It's actually his batting. I obviously knew he could bat, and he's a really good batter. But until you really see him live and in the nets, I thought, Jesus, his batting's really effective.
Anthony's been saying he's had a bit of a back problems over the last couple of years, which has sort of held him back a little bit. There was one time here years ago, you may remember. He actually, well, yeah, he's had a 6 for before, but he's opened the batting one year with Trescothick. Pretty sure he did, didn't he?
He's one of them cricketers. He can play anyway, can't he? Really, he can open the bowl and take the new ball. He can open the bat. He can bat with the tail. He can field slip. He's just a really good player to have on your side. And a good bloke as well, yeah.
Here's your mate, one of the most elegant batsmen in world cricket, on his way out to the middle, Dane Patterson, promoted to number 10 last week at the Ageas Bowl, ahead of your good self. I don't know what you made of that.
It was just tactical. I don't really know. At the time when they told me, I was a bit like, what? Yeah,
so
listen,
it'll be,
I'll do that.
So that's 8 down. It'll be Luke Fletcher in next. Oh no, it's Dane. Yeah, you're number 11, kidder.
Yeah, I think that was for obvious reasons. I mean, you've seen the way I played. It was basically to face 2 balls and then let Liam Patterson White face 4, which was killing me at the time. So boring, but.
Go on, we'll let you go in a minute. There's 4 balls left in this over. Go on, it might only last one. You know, a bit of commentary. Let's get you back in the swing of things.
Talk
us through the rest of the over, and then we'll bring some professional commentators in, and you and I'll get out of the way.
Here we go then. 2 slips and a real close gully fielder. Man out of deep point. Here he is, Dane Patterson on strike. Gregory into Patterson. Oh my word! That looked like it was going to come up here.
I was just going to say, there's no point saying anything to Dane, is there? They won't be saying, let's go out and just make sure you get to 300.
I'd just say, just watch the ball, Dane. Because to me, then his head looked like he was in the clouds. just watch the ball. He's got a good eye, and he's got a good. He hits the ball well.
But he doesn't seem to have any sort of consciousness about the last ball of the over, and I just need to keep it out and let the batter have strike. He's looking to hit everyone as far as he can.
Yeah, well. Here we go. Gregory in again. A few scouts out now. Oh, he's blocked this one. It's gone over the stumps. Bounced a couple of times to Tom Abel. No, Lammonby, I think that is, in the slips there.
Bancroft, I think, at second slip.
Bancroft, I do apologise.
Has he come back in good heart? I've seen him a couple of times, Dane, but I've not really had a good natter. Has he come back from South Africa, wintered well, and ready to go, and his usual bubbly self?
Yeah, he's brilliant. I mean, again, we got lucky with Dane, and no one knew too much about him a couple of years ago. But I mean, the way he bowls is very similar to Andre Adams back in the day. In comes Gregory again to Patterson. This time plays the solid defence. 2 swishers and then a solid defence. Maybe he's listening to you. 1 ball left now.
What do you reckon? You push a single and force Brett to go down to the other end?
I don't think they'll take a single. Mind you, they might do. I mean, 2-9-3 lead. They'll be turning runs down, do you? Dane could quite easily swipe if you're into the stand to our left there. I always forget that stand. Hound Road?
Which one?
Hound Road, Fox Road.
Other way around?
Fox Road, Hound Road.
Hound Road is the double decker.
To finish the over, Patterson. Oh, lovely straight drive. And they've not taken the single. End of the over, Gregory.
So is go on.
19.1 overs, 3 for 64. And I'm guessing Josh Davey went off injured last night. I didn't see it.
Bit of a hamstring, and then he came back. So Kirsty's not got the Sunday roast on. She's gone out for a couple of hours.
No, what you got today, kids? You've got pie and mash, haven't you? We've got to be back for 1:15.
And is Freddie going to the footy with you?
Freddie's in, aren't you?
Did you see Manchester United before?
Yeah, we have. Went to the cup game, didn't we, kid? Rose is a City fan, aren't you?
Well, I shall have a look out.
I'll leave you all to it. I'll leave the professionals to it.
Thanks, Luke. I shall have a look on Match of the Day too for Brennan Johnson rushing into your arms when he scores later.
Yes,
on today.
we'll be there.
We've seen that before. Many thanks to Luke Fletcher for popping in. All his testimonial information, lf23.co.uk. Sign up for all the bits and pieces. We'll see you at his race day as Peter Siddle comes in to bowl. Brett Hutton digs it out. Anthony's back. Like I said, we'll restore a little bit of normality here. Anthony's back, and he'll shortly be joined by Phoebe Graham.
Yeah, that ball from Siddle almost running back onto Brett Hutton's stumps, but a bit of nifty footwork. Keep it out.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, everyone.
210 for 8, the lead 293.
Enjoy the day, mate. See you, Rosie. See you, Fred.
Peter Siddle
See ya. Ta-da.
in bowls and swing and a miss from Brett Hutton. Morning, Phoebe.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good.
He's a lovely bloke, isn't he, Luke Fletcher?
Oh, he's such a lovely man, and quite a lively commentary box then with his kids in as well. It was lovely.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's great fun. Sun trying to break through the layer of cloud above Trent Bridge. It's quite a pleasant morning. As Siddle bowls, and this is played out through the offside, and there's a sliding stop out there by Tom Lallenby. It's the longest boundary with the pitch over on the Fox Road stand side of the ground, which is the northern side of the ground. 211 for 8. Hutton on to 28. And he's faced 66 deliveries for those 28. It's been a strange sort of innings by Brett Hutton. He started off really aggressively and then went into his shell in the last hour yesterday evening. It's been a sort of mixture this morning as Siddle bowls to Patterson, who unleashes a mighty swing.
It's definitely going to go far if he makes contact with one of these. He's absolutely swinging from the hip.
He is.
But yes, I think Hutton's first delivery was a similar sort of shot where he just put everything into it.
That's absolutely right.
And we thought, oh gosh, they must have got word that they want to go after the ball here with positive intent. And then after his third shot, he went into his shell, didn't play many attacking shots after that.
Siddle bowls. Oh, and that was a good ball, and actually very well played by Dane Patterson. That was the Yorker from Siddle. He didn't quite nail the Yorker. It was a very long half volley in the end, but Patterson had to be down very quickly.
Had to dig it out in the middle of his big swing.
211 for 8. We've got one more ball in this over. Then 91 as 2 for the change of innings. So Siddle is in and bowls, and this is outside the off stump, and a flat-footed swing of that from Dane Patterson makes no contact. It's the end of the over. 211 for 8. So 9's into 30 bins. At the moment, I mean, Somerset would need about 3.5 runs and over, something like that.
Yeah, the lead.
Which is more than gettable, but I don't think this pitch is going to be one of the ones at Trent Bridge that gets better as the game wears on. It's still doing plenty for the quicker bowlers.
Well, the thing is, 3 and over is attainable on this wicket. It's just the wickets as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Notts have a very strong seam attack, and if Somerset can dig deep and not lose easy wickets, like they gave away quite a few wickets yesterday in their top 5 or 6, you never know, it could be an interesting game.
Gregory's in and bowls. This is swung away. Should be a catch. Very well taken by Sean Dixon on the boundary. Had to move sharply to his left. And that is the end of Brett Hutton, caught by Sean Dixon on the deep backward square leg boundary, high above his head, plucked it out of the air and avoided going over the boundary rope in so doing. And Nottinghamshire are 211 all out. The lead is 294, and that means that Somerset need 295 to win, and they will have 66 overs in which to get them. Is it 66? 86 overs.
Yeah.
86 overs in which to get them.
So I think it's going to be a very interesting day's play now with what we've got in for contention. 294 runs required on 86 overs. If Somerset are able to see off the first 10-15 overs of the new ball without losing many wickets, they're being asked to go at 3-4 and over. So it could be a really interesting game. Stuart Broad will be taking the new ball. Hutton has got 6 for already, so the seam attack for Nottinghamshire is phenomenal. But you just never know. It's a funny game, is cricket.
It is. 3.41860,465 Somerset will need to score their runs at, which is eminently gettable, but as Phoebe has just been saying, this is a good Nottinghamshire seam attack, and it's a pitch that is giving the seamers plenty of assistance. So Somerset are going to have to bat an awful lot better in the second innings than they did in the first, and their top order batsmen haven't fired so far this season, so they won't be high on confidence. So your money would be on Nottinghamshire, Phoebe?
It is, yeah, indeed. What about yourself?
I'm going for Somerset. I think they'll chase this down, and it'll be the start of a charge towards the county championship at the end of the season.
I think we will see a result today. That's
sure
going to be my outcome. Whether it's Somerset or Nottinghamshire, it's going to be a good day's play with what we've got left in store.
It should, and we'll bring you the start of it in around about, it says dropping his headpiece, around about 7 or 8 minutes time.
Brilliant.
Somerset second innings as they go in search of the 295 in fact, the lead is 294 that Somerset need to win this match. Nottinghamshire needing 10 wickets. Phoebe Graham, who's with me, her money is very much on Nottinghamshire, and they would have to be favourites, I think, given that given the strength of the Notts attack and the fact that this wicket has been offering plenty of help to the seamers throughout. But Somerset will have other ideas. Two opening batsmen coming out from the pavilion now. Tom Lammonby, the left-hander, and Sean Dixon, who could do with some runs. His first 3 innings for Somerset, 5-0-0.
I think what makes it interesting with today's play is that the total of 295 is very attainable with I think it was 86 overs left of play, so Somerset need to go at around 3.5s, and it'll be a case of whether they can survive the new ball without losing too many wickets. Quite a lot of their top 5, top 6 yesterday looked in good form with the fuller deliveries, were making good contact, but then were lured into snicking off and lured into some fuller deliveries to drive that weren't there to drive. So if they can take some big learnings from yesterday, chip away, you never know. Could be a good day's play.
It could, but I think one of these top order Somerset batsmen has got to play a big innings, I think.
Absolutely, but we look at the Notts posting of 211, and the top score was 34 runs from Hamid. So again, if everyone can contribute, 295 isn't too big an ask. And that's me being the pessimist here for you. Trying to bring a positive Somerset spin.
I'd love to agree with you, but I think it's quite a big ask. I think if Somerset pull this off, it'll be a famous victory.
Wow.
Joe Clark with the gloves, because Tom Moores has badly damaged his middle finger on his right hand. Here comes Stuart Broad. First ball of the innings to Tom Lammonby. Moves away outside the off stump. Off the seam.
Broad's changed ends from yesterday, so he's now coming from the pavilion end.
Lammonby, who made an unbeaten 66 in the second innings of the game against Warwickshire last week, with wickets falling. 6 wickets fell while he was compiling those runs, so he really held the innings together. Calvin Harrison is at first slip, the subfielder for Moores. As this is driven without full power, Stuart Broad thinks he was nearly through there, but it looked to me to come pretty much off the bottom of the bat. So we got Calvin Harrison at first slip, Ben Duckett at second, Brett Hutton at third, Lyndon James at fourth, whereas Mullaney is at the skipper at mid-on, as Broad is into Lammonby, who pushes that into the offside. Slater is at forward short leg. Patterson is at mid-off. This is to the left-hander, which means that was Hasib Hamid. Oh, there he is, down at long leg. Broad from the pavilion end. And this is punched away through the offside handsomely by Tom Lammonby. Up on his toes, it was a little bit short, a little bit wide of off stump, and handsomely dealt with by Tom Lammonby. And Somerset are underway, 4 without loss.
Lovely shot there from Tom Lammonby. He's just sat back, played that really nicely over the top on the back foot, driven for 4. It's good to see as well, Broad here does have 4 in the slip cordon. There was a lot of catches through the keeper, the slip region yesterday with the seam movement, but needs to get it up there to challenge Lammonby here.
Is Broad, bowls, and Lammonby lifts his bat out of the way of a ball that bounces quite sharply through to Joe Clark. Dave Bracegirdle pointing out that there was some loud cheers when that Tom Lammonby off drive reached the boundary, and that was probably my friend Tractor Driver and his mate Steve Dodds. Not sure quite where they are. I can't see him. Tractor will be wearing his broad-brimmed Somerset hat. Last ball of the first over, and nicely played on the bounce back to Stuart Broad. Doesn't field it cleanly off his own bowling. But, 4 runs off that first over to Tom Lammonby, and target now 291 runs.
You were saying that you went for a drink with Tractor Driver yesterday,
well,
didn't you?
I stopped off at a pub which called the Vat and Fiddle, which is next to the brewery. And who should walk in but Tractor Driver and his mate Steve?
What a way to spend your Saturday night, hey?
This happens quite often. We don't plan to go to the same pub. We just share a similar taste. It happened at Southport last season, and then at Chelmsford, and finally at Edgbaston. And
do you go to the same pubs, to the different away grounds that you go to, or
no,
do you
it was the first time I'd been to the Vat and Fiddle, and it was the first time I'd been. I can't remember what the pub at Edgbaston is called, but that's the first time I'd been there as well, and it was the first time at Southport. So, well,
there you go. Well,
yeah,
good to spend time with the local of Tractor Driver.
Indeed. Here's Brett Hutton from the Radcliffe Road end into bowl to Dixon, who's underway, and he'll feel happier about that, having bagged a duck in the first innings.
It's almost a collision there when running between the wickets, between Lammonby and Dixon. Both took the right-hand side of the wicket strip. Just had a little chuckle to each other and punch of the gloves as the ball went for 4.
Nice shot. It was leg stump half volley, turned away through deep square leg, 8 without loss. And Dixon rather uncertainly back on his stumps there, playing that off the back foot. Bat slightly crooked, I think on account of some late seam movement as he adjusted to it, kept it out. 8 without loss, Somerset needing 287 more.
A lot of movement yesterday. It was a little bit more overcast, but he does get that late movement, does Hutton, off the pitch.
He's in and bowls, and played with a great deal of suspicion by Dixon. He wasn't at the pitch of that, and worried that it might deviate more than it did. Kept it down into the offside. 3 slips, backward point, deep backward square leg, extra cover mid-off and mid-on. That is the field. Fairly conventional field for the start of an innings. Hutton is there and bowls, and that's a much more confident looking defensive shot from Sean Dixon. Dixon, who was born in South Africa, started his career with the Northerns in South Africa, came to England in 2015 to join Kent, but he does have a UK passport, as his mother is from Kent. Hutton is in and bowls. Oof, and Dixon tried to take his bat away from that, and it just flicked the bottom of the bat and ran down into the slips all along the ground where Lyndon James fielded it.
Just getting that late away swing is Hutton off the pitch. So just made contact of Dixon's bat as he pulled it away then.
He's more than capable of playing big innings, is Sean Dixon.
Sounds a little bit more faith now.
And this is tucked away into the onside to Ben Slater. Yeah, he announced himself at Kent with a double century against Derbyshire, and the following year he made 318 against Essex, which is the second highest score in first-class cricket by a Kent batsman. But he left Kent for Durham, and he's averaging mid-30s, 35.4 for Kent, 35.6 for Durham. But he's been signed by Somerset to partner Tom Lammonby at the top of the order as a solid opening bat. Lammonby is rather more expansive, likes to play his shots. Is broad. Oh, it's edged and well fielded. Went down, well fielded by Lyndon James at fourth slip.
It's a beautiful area there from Stuart Broad. Just hitting a length, ball nibbling away from Lammonby. And just doesn't quite carry to fourth slip.
Played it with soft hands. And there isn't much pace and bounce in this pitch, so Lammonby would try not to go too hard at the ball. Let's hit firmly though, back to Stuart Broad on the bounce.
I think if Somerset learned any lesson from yesterday, that would be the key takeout for their top order. Lured into a few half volleys and then similar delivery to that where it's a perfect length. You play your hands through that and it goes straight into first, second, third slip's hand.
Not sure what the delay is. Stuart Broad looking towards the dressing room. All set now.
A little bit more wind here today. The flags are actually flying today. They were completely stationary yesterday.
Broad in and bowls to Lammonby, and that squirts down between third and fourth slip and will be pulled in, and they'll come back for 2 runs, 10 without loss.
Played again from Lammonby. There's a lot more matureness and ease even just in the first 2 overs of play here from Somerset's top order. Yesterday we were sort of sat at the edge of our seats waiting for something to happen, what was next, but you just feel a little bit more at ease today with what's happening on the pitch.
You speak for yourself. Is Broad in and bowls, and Lammonby plays this nicely into the onside. It's fielded by Stephen Mullaney, sprawling away to his left. It's a single to Lammonby, who moves on to 7. And it's the first time the batsmen have changed ends, so Stuart Broad will have the right-handed Sean Dixon.
So something Broad was talking about on his social media was about how he's been working on an away swinging delivery and looking at his seam position within his hand to be a lot straighter up to the right-hander and get the ball to move away. He said he doesn't want it to become a stock delivery as his ball coming into the right-hander is his biggest threat, but to try and have that skill to move the ball away. So there was some really interesting footage on his Instagram sort of showing that slow motion seam position, but also how someone of his age, I think he's 36 now, Stuart Broad, still working on his skills.
I was going to say, it's very
which
impressive.
Is
very
incredible, really.
Yep. Well, you can always learn to become a little bit better no matter what you're doing. This is an aimless waft outside the off stump by Sean Dixon. That's just rather a nervous shot.
He did bowl a bit of a wider line yesterday, and I wondered if that was coming through him trying something different, because really this is his, as well as being super competitive, but this is his practice ground as well to try the new skills before taking it into the Ashes this summer. So I'm sure today with the Nottingham Forest game at 4:30 he'll be in full competitive mode.
You mean he want to bowl Somerset out before 4:30 so he can go and watch the footage?
Absolutely.
He's brought in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and that will run away for 4 byes. No reflection on Joe Clark. That was pretty far down the leg side, and Clark did his level best to get a glove on it, failed to do so. Clark keeping wicket because of the finger injury to Tom Moores. End of that over, 15 without loss, so Somerset going along at above the required rate, but it's very early days. 7 to Lammonby and 4 to Dixon.
quite a few in Trent Bridge today as well. A couple more than yesterday.
Yeah, not a bad crowd at all.
So day 4 is the day to get yourselves along to Trent Bridge. Watch some of the greats in action.
Well, it could be a very exciting day's cricket.
I'm ready for today. I feel like it's going to be a real good day of cricket.
Brett Hutton from the Radcliffe Road end to Lammonby, who plays that off his hip into the onside, fielded by Slater by the square leg umpire, who's David Milnes, with Mike Burns umpiring at this Radcliffe Road end. Gong Goosler on Twitter asking if there are extra overs today. No, there aren't. It's a 96 over day, and it must be close. Is given. Lammonby defending, and that ball cut back in from outside his off stump. He put in a good stride, but he can have no complaints about the decision from umpire Mike Burns. It looked pretty adjacent from here. Burns just thought about it for a moment, and then up went the finger, and that's a big blow to Somerset, because Lammonby's been in good form. It's the first Somerset wicket to go down on 15 for 1. We're just watching the replay. Yeah, it just cut back enough to beat the inside edge and took it off.
Excellent delivery from Hutton.
Yeah.
Textbook as a bowler in terms of hitting that 4th stump line and nibbling back in off the seam. Excellent delivery, but middle of middle, no complaints from Lammonby there. Big appeal from the slip cordon. First victim for Hutton. That's 1 wicket for 4 runs off his 1.2 overs, taking him to the grand total of 7 wickets across the few days play.
Well, Somerset needed a good start, and they haven't got a good start. But that delivery really illustrated the problem that Somerset will have in trying to chase down the runs that they need. There's 294, because the ball is still seaming about. And that was, you can't blame Lammonby for that. It was a defensive shot. It was ball was just a bit too good for him. A little bit of movement beat the inside edge, and
absolutely, it moved in probably 3-4 inches off the seam. So a really difficult delivery to play with that amount of movement, and the precision of it as well. 4th, 5th stump line coming in to hit middle of middle. He's gone down the off stump line and just misjudged that extra bit of movement that Hutton's got off the pitch.
Hutton then to the new batsman, who is Cameron Bancroft, and Bancroft runs that down into the gully. Won't get a run. Some tweets here. Gongoos are saying any extra overs? No, it's 96 overs today. Greg Hill from Honiton. Good morning, he says. Thank you for the commentary. I unfortunately missed yesterday's play because I was working for my radio station covering Exeter versus Plymouth. What do you all think about the result come the end of the day today? Cheers, says Greg. As Hutton is in and bowls, and Bancroft gets a solid forward defensive shot in. Well, Greg, Phoebe thinks that Nottinghamshire are going to win. I suspect Dave Bracegirdle does as well. I'm sticking loyally to hopes for a Somerset win, but
I think I'd like just to see a few more positive Somerset tweets coming through on the feed, if we can have any positive, happy supporters.
Oh, and this comes off the pad, I think, down to short fine leg, where it's retrieved, and they take a leg by.
One positive one here saying, need the engine room of Bancroft, Abel and TKC to stoke the fires.
Absolutely right.
There you go.
Andy Clee, more pessimistic Somerset supporter. Hope I'm wrong, but feel not have enough already.
There you go. That's the kind of narrative that we're fighting here for a good day's play at Trent Bridge.
Hutton in and bowls, and Hutton looks to the heavens as Bancroft played a checked drive to a full pitch delivery, and it came off the inside edge and could very easily have beaten the inside edge and gone to the... And Colin Smith says, 294 off 86 overs. Surely, with positive, sensible batting, this is a gettable target. However, we are talking Somerset, and shall we politely say an inconsistent batting lineup. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Somerset cricket supporters are inured to disappointment. Batting has been fragile, I think would probably be the best word for the last several seasons. And losing Tom Lammonby is so early is a big blow. 16 for 1 then, after 4 overs. Hutton 2 overs, 1 for 4. Broad to bowl his 3rd over, and this takes Bancroft on the pad and bobbles out into the onside. We've got 3 slips and a short leg for Cameron Bancroft. These two, Broad and Bancroft, may very well find each other doing battle with each other during the Ashes. Don't know when the Australian side is going to be, or Australian squad is going to be announced for the India Test match and the first 2 tests against England, but it must be fairly soon. So it's a chance for Bancroft to bat his way into that squad. Broad bowls to him, and this is run down between slips and backward point. They're coming back for the 2nd run and should make it comfortably enough. And Bancroft is off the mark. 18 for 1, 2 to him, 4 to Dixon.
I think that's one of my favourite parts of county championship cricket at this stage of the summer, is looking to see those 9, 10, 11 spots for both England and Australia, but mainly England. Who's performing well, who is sort of knocking on that door and trying to get those spots, particularly opening batters, seamers. There's not a lot of movement, but who's involved in the squad?
Broad in and bowls, and Bancroft plays that firmly into the offside.
Because it's definitely a team and an energy you want to be part of at the moment, and the Stokes-McCullum era has that excitement about it that everyone wants to be part of. So every time you're looking through the county championship scores, you're seeing if Keaton Jennings is scoring, you're seeing how Zach Crawley's getting on, is Stuart Broad taking wickets, is Anderson taking wickets. So it's really exciting looking across the fixtures at the moment.
Broad bowls, and Cameron Bancroft again defends. Broad concentrating on off-stump line, not pitching it up quite as much as Brett Hutton is from the other end.
No, he's hitting more of his traditional lengths. Here is Broad, which is hitting the splice of the bat, but because Hutton's getting that late movement, those fuller deliveries are looking really challenging to play from the other end.
Here's Broad in and bowls, and this is driven on the bounce. A shot from Bancroft, but fielded by the bowler himself. That was a fuller length, it was a drivable length, and I guess after the experience of the Somerset first innings, the not seamers will be looking to get the Somerset batsman having a drive, in the hope that they'll be defeated by some late movement.
Absolutely, they've got the whole cover, extra cover region open to entice the Somerset batters at the moment.
Broad bowls, Bancroft helps that on its way down to long leg, just for the single. Lyndon James is down there to do the fielding. It's the end of that over. It's 19 for 1. It's 11:59, and I think it's about time that I'm made way for Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, looking across the county championship at the moment, we've got Essex versus Lancashire. Lancashire lead Essex by 202 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Essex will still yet to bat today. Northants versus Middlesex. Northamptonshire need 56 runs to win, and they are 63 for 3. Surrey versus Hampshire. Hampshire leads Surrey by 255 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Surrey yet to bat.
Hey ho,
Welcome
Brett
back.
Hutton. It's midday as Cameron Bancroft clips this through mid-wicket from the bowling of Brett Hutton. and Liam Patterson-White does the fielding, 2 runs, 21 for 1.
And looking into Division 2, in fact, the final game of Division 1, Warwickshire versus Kent. Kent trail Warwickshire by 249 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Kent are 46 for 4. Warwickshire declared on 453. There was some big innings there from Sam Hain, who was 165 not out.
Hutton to bowl to Bancroft, who's on 5. He's going to get probably a couple of runs here. In fact, no, they're only going to get a single. Just deflected wide of the slip cordon. Lyndon James took some pace off it, got a hand to the ball, so a single. Bancroft goes to 6, 22 for 1.
And Rob Yates scored a good 128. And then looking into Division 2, there's just 2 games still live in Division 2. Durham leading Worcestershire by 260 runs with 8 wickets remaining. And Leicestershire versus Derby. Leicestershire are 312 for 3.
Yeah, that's still the first innings of the match there. I wonder if they're going to set up a 1 innings match. 22 for 1 here as Hutton bowls. Runs coming quite readily and freely at the moment as Dixon works it behind square. I just wonder if they've agreed on something there, Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Clearly they're not going to get a full game in. Perhaps they're just playing for bonus points. They've already reconciled themselves to it being a draw, or maybe they've agreed something. Been update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. 23 for 1. Hutton to bowl to Cameron Bancroft, who's on 6. This one just shapes back a little bit, but started life too far wide of the off stump to inconvenience the Australian. Here is that update. Well, this game has really moved on apace this morning. Nottinghamshire added 24 runs for their last 3 wickets before being bowled out for 211 in their second innings. So Somerset requiring 295 from 88 overs. Brett Hutton's already got a wicket. Somerset 23 for 1.
Thanks, Dave. Creswell Craggs is celebrating an important discovery.
That was the latest delivery gone through to the keeper. That was another 15-second hit. I don't know how long we were, but just keep it to 15 seconds, Dave. Oh, okay, right. 23 for 1. Bancroft 6, Dixon 5. I don't know about these things at all. Do you take any notice of dreams? Are you a dreamer? Do you dream in the middle of the night?
Wow, what a question!
Well, no. I'll tell you for why, without you having to answer that. As Hutton bowls and another run, Bancroft down to the leg side. I have no idea where this came from, but last night I dreamt that Stuart Broad and I had got involved in some sort of, and none of this has happened, and I don't know where any of it's come from. We got into some sort of crazy wager who would be the first to grow a sunflower this summer.
Oh, wow.
So we'd each planted our seeds or whatever it is in a pot, but then we would continually play pool, a bit of a pool-a-thon in the back room of some canteen. I don't know, I've never been in the back room of some works canteen, but we were in there playing pool together. I've never played pool with Stuart Broad either, and we would continually play in there, and you got a bonus point for every frame of pool that you won whilst you were waiting for the sunflowers to grow.
Oh,
now,
wow.
Now, what does any of that mean or make sense? I have no idea whatsoever.
That screams you're looking forward to doing some gardening later this week.
I'm certainly not. 24 for 1 as this is pushed into the offside. I'm not looking forward to either playing pool, growing sunflowers, being in the canteen of a... I don't really know what it was, a factory or whatever. I know we'd sort of say, oh, we'll go in the canteen at the back. There's a pool table. We'll go in there and we'll just continually play pool until the first one pops up. And I don't know what the wager was or anything, but then a shaft of light came through the curtains and it was time to get up. So maybe we'll continue it tonight. But I didn't have any cheese last night, so it wasn't cheese. That,
Did you have any alcohol last night?
25 for 1 as Broad bowls. Little push and run from Dixon into the offside. So even Kevin Howells last year, I think the last time I had sort of a loony dream like that, and it was a dream that Dion Dublin and I had set up a fish restaurant, and I didn't really want to do it, but it'll be. Don't worry, I'll do my share of the work," said Dio. I've never met Dio. Well, I've probably interviewed him at some point, but and then he just kept letting me down every day. I've got to go and film Homes Under the Hammer, and he would just come back in the evening in this big pile of fish. As is pushed into the offside. I think Kevin Howell's advice was a single taken. You need to see a doctor, Dave.
Yeah, interesting.
27 for 1. But,
no, I don't think I've dreamt for a while, but I always think if I'm dreaming, it means that I'm very relaxed because there's space upstairs for a dream to take place.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that in it. At least I wasn't fretting all night. We'll not be able to get 10 Somerset wickets tomorrow or whatever. Which
maybe it's the start of the season. You're planting seeds. You can see this beautiful flowers emerging for Nottinghamshire County, and you're on the journey with them. It's lovely.
You think that's what it means?
Yeah,
do you?
Absolutely. And the pool and the canteen is just that's 4-day cricket, isn't it? That's what you have to do to get through the game sometimes.
It's bonkers, absolutely bonkers. Broad from the pavilion end, short leg in there, and nicely played by Sean Dixon, just angling it away out onto the offside. Liam Patterson-White, who may or may not have a big role to play. I know that's stating the obvious, but I think if the seamers don't get a cluster of wickets in this morning session, it may well be Liam Patterson-White bowling with a clutch of fielders around the bat a little later on. The target is 295 in 88 overs. I think I earlier put 86, but they'd obviously already taken the 2 off this morning. Notts scored 24 runs for their last 3 wickets in 6 overs this morning. There's Broad in and bowls to Dixon, who pushes it up to Mullaney at mid-off. Ideally, they would have been hoping that Stephen Mullaney could have hung around a little longer, I think, and swished their way to a quick 50. Maybe 320 would have been the target they'd been looking to set, but it didn't happen like that. Mullaney fell to his mate Siddle for the second time in the game for 33. Brett Hutton out for 28. Stuart Broad bowled by Lewis Gregory for 11. Gregory finished up the second innings with 4 for 64, so in the match 11 for 148. It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad.
11 for
Shift at all there from Gregory.
Broad, my sunflower growing partner. He doesn't know it yet. 27 for 1 bowls to Dixon, and he just drops it down on the leg side. We've had 7 overs. Stuart Broad's had 4. In the first innings, he only had 4 before he was replaced by Dane Patterson as they look to rotate the seamers. So we'll keep abreast of that.
Yeah, he bowled a few more yesterday back-to-back, didn't he? But was wicketless, the only seam bowler that was wicketless in the Notts attack. But bowled well. A little bit unlucky, some of his deliveries did go through the bats, the pads, felt like it went through the stumps at some points.
Yes, Brett Hutton in to bowl, strikes Bancroft on the pad. Sorry, yesterday we got you commentating, did we? I'm sort of ridden roughshod over you this morning and allowing you to pop in with all the tactical analysis, which you're
okay,
so good
that's
at.
I'm learning this new ball by ball, so ease me into the morning. I'm more than happy with that. Give the ball by ball commentary a go on my next shift.
We'll get some lunch inside you at 1 o'clock and
Absolutely.
Then bring you back rejuvenated after lunch as Hutton bowls, and nicely worked by Bancroft. He just sort of opened the face and then fiddled it wristily down towards third man for a couple of runs. Many thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch that have not mentioned or read out at Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb, at Phoebe G23. There's an awful lot of people sending predictions of the day and what have you, and of course all of that has sort of been and gone because we know where we are now, we know what the challenge is. So thanks if you got in touch early and we didn't give you a mention. 1 or 2 people asking about Tom Moore's out of the game. Joe Clark's keeping wicket, Calvin Harrison on as a sub as Bancroft defends. Yeah, I think most people that have sent messages were referring to let's get it done by 4:30 for the football. So thanks for that. Trevor, always a good listen when you've got Luke on air with you, Dave. Read his book, enjoyed it. Thank you, Trevor. Lovely to hear from you, and thanks for the nice comments about Luke popping in. 29 for 1. If you missed it, Luke Fletcher's been with us this morning in the first half an hour. It's a push and run. Cameron Bancroft moves on to 12. 30 for 1 Somerset. All is fine and dandy in the Sidermen's dressing room, apart from the fact they lost Tom Lammonby when the score was on 15. Guy asked what's happened to Tom Moores. I think I answered you, Guy. Grumpy Git's been in touch a couple of times. Mike says Needham 3 down by lunch. There's Hutton in, just past the outside edge through to Moores. Notts Aid says Trent Bridge, what a ground it is. Lovely to see the sun and a few familiar faces on the ground. Paul, need to make a sojourn up to Trent Bridge once the footy season has finished. Lovely to see you, Paul. Patrick, you never did tell us who grew the first sunflower. We need to know. Did I miss that bit? I woke up, Patrick. Oh, I woke up. I mean, it was obviously all complete and utter nonsense, but I woke up, so I don't know. Perhaps it'll continue tonight, part 2. Single take and 34 minutes. Absolute utter nonsense, Patrick. And if you don't do anything else today, don't listen to Bracegirdle rambling on about his ramblings in the middle of the night and his dreams. Because, like I said, with the Dion Dublin thing, it just can go to all sorts of extremes. Dave Noble, did Dave and Dion's chippy do gravy? It wasn't a chippy, Dave. It was a... I don't know. I mean, I don't know Dion Dublin or anything about him, and I don't know how I ended up going into business with him. But no, I'm a pescatarian, Dave. So it's got to be a fish restaurant, okay? And I promise I'll do my share of the work. And heaven knows why I entered into that venture with him. But then he disappeared to do Homes Under the Hammer, and he would just come back every night and scoff all the fish that was left over. Weird. As I say, Kevin Howells, who I leaned to for some expert advice, some medical assistance, said you need to see a doctor, Dave. That was all I got out of him. Dixon's on strike. Broad is having a 5th over and bowls, and it's dropped onto the leg side. And there's no run. 31 for 1 at Trent Bridge. It's chilly old Trent Bridge, isn't it, really? We're inside. We have got the windows open, but there's been no sign of the sun this morning.
No, it's proper April cricket weather, isn't it, today?
Those in the know would say it should be good for swing bowling with the overhead cloud cover.
Absolutely. Well, Hutton's certainly getting some movement. I think Broad is probably bowling a little short today.
There's Broad in. Oh, that's wide, and it's called a wide. Might just have slipped a little bit from Stewart, bowling to Sean Dixon there, who couldn't have reached that with a step ladder. Joe Clark, light on his tutsis there, skipped across in front of the slips to take it. Just 2 slips. Calvin Harrison on as the sub-fielder. The 12th man is at first slip, and Ben Duckett is at second. Ben Slater under the lid at Boot Hill.
You don't see many wides, do you, in 4-day cricket?
No. Here comes Broad in once more. Nicely played by Dixon. Send our best to Tom Moores. I guess the one grateful thing about that is Notts aren't short of wicket keepers, in that Joe Clark pretty much does it all winter for the various franchises he plays for. I know he kept for Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash all winter. Ben Duckett, he's also done quite a lot of wicket keeping in his career, and isn't averse to taking the gloves. Dane Schardendorf, excellent keeper, the second 11 keeper, so there is a little bit of cover, a few options. It's Broad bowls again to Dixon. That was fairly wide as well, wasn't it? Not wide enough to be called.
I do wonder if that's this new away swinger that he's working on, because it doesn't come into the batter and it just keeps tailing away wide. I was saying to Anthony on his social media, he's got slow motion of him working on this new away swinger to add to his armoury, and a few of them have gone wider, which suggests trying new tricks.
In again and bowls. This one's fired towards the stumps and nicely defended by Sean Dixon. So this is the 9th over. I wouldn't have thought they'd want to go on, with all due respect to Stewart, I wouldn't have thought they'd want to go on much longer without seeing what Patterson can do whilst the ball is still relatively hard and new. Missed out with the bat. We were denied 10 or 15 minutes of Dane Patterson's fun.
Got a few wild shots within the mix.
Yeah, didn't score though, didn't make contact. This is a good delivery from Broad, with Dixon, who's either playing down the wrong line, or I suppose to be more accurate, he was playing down the right line, the line of off stump, just making sure that ball wasn't going to damage the furniture, and knew it was wide enough not to trouble him. So Lammonby's gone, one of the left-handers in the Somerset lineup. Just I think it's just Rue and Jack Leach, isn't there, lower down the order. Tom Abel doing next. Somerset skipper. Broad past umpire Milnes. Bowls. Oh, that one spat up nastily at Sean Dixon. He's played that very well from under his chin. Managed just to force it down into the ground and avoid any repercussions had he nicked it behind the wicket. Played it well, but that was a nasty delivery to end that Broad over. He's 5 overs, no maidens, none for 14. Eyes on Stewart, who's popping on his sweater. Eyes also on Dane Patterson. Just wonder if he'll intensify his warming up as he jogs down to long leg.
Was a really nice delivery there from Broad. Just got over the ball and had that extra bit of bounce and pop. Went above the splice and actually played it really well there, did Dixon.
Here's Brett Hutton, 6 wickets in the first innings, 1 already in the second. Bowls now to Cameron Bancroft, steers this out on the offside. We've run into a little bit of status quo here, haven't we? Apart from that wide, we've not had a run for an over or two. Just gone a little quiet, and that will suit Somerset in the sense they'll just want to get quietly through to lunch, I think, without any further damage, won't they, and take stock. 32 for 1. Hutton bowls, and of course as soon as I say the runs have dried up, this is caressed away nicely by Cameron Bancroft for 4 through the offside. Just there by Brett Hutton, just open to elicit a nick through to the slips, but Cameron Bancroft on top of it drives it away for 4.
Much fuller delivery there from Hutton, allowing Bancroft to just play his hands through. Nice cover drive through the cover region, but no real challenge there from the delivery. A real freebie.
36 for 1. There's Brett Hutton. Phoebe Graham alongside me here in the commentary box as Hutton bowls and defended. We did chat yesterday the fact that you should have been playing cricket today. So what's the forthcoming schedule? When are you likely to be out there on the cricket field playing?
Our first game is next Saturday.
This is Lancashire.
For Lancashire Thunder, yeah. So we're playing South East Stars at Emirates Old Trafford in a 50-over game.
Hutton bowls. Dropped on the leg side. And there's no run.
So our Rachel Hey-Ho Flint campaign starts next Saturday against the South East Stars at Emirates Old Trafford.
And will you have a get together in the week? Going to training sessions, net sessions?
Yeah, so we'll be in training majority of next week. We just have Thursday off as a rest day, and then be getting into our flow. Hopefully, be able to get outdoors. We've got a game on Wednesday.
Hutton to bowl to Bancroft again, just on top of the bounce, forces it into the offside, fielded by Hamid.
To lead into that first fixture on Saturday. So squad's looking good, looking very healthy. Hopefully we have the internationals available, as they're using, similar to the likes of Broad, Duckett, they're using our domestic fixtures to prepare them for the Ashes as well. So we've got Emma Lamb, Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston in our squad. So if all available, we should have a really healthy starting 11.
There's Hutton. This one's dropped on the leg side. Liam Patterson-White quickly to it and made sure he got the returning quickly to the non-striker's end to prevent a run being taken. End of the over, 36 for 1 after 10 overs. Somerset's target was 295 in 88 overs. So just for those that weren't aware or need a reminder, so your squad will all be full-time professionals. Their job, their on their passport, profession, full-time cricketer.
So 10 of the 15 squad are full professionals now, and there are 5 part-time cricketers that get paid to play per match and get some, I think they get paid per hour through Lancashire Cricket. So we're almost there in the domestic game to a fully professional squad. And
there's a lot that combine university studies with the game as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So hopefully next year, the following year, they will be fully professional squads, because it's challenging for those that are juggling.
Broad bowls into the thigh pad of Sean Dixon, dropped down on the leg side. Might have been a bit of bat involved, but he played it down nicely.
Juggling work commitments, university commitments, and it's the kind of thing is sport that you want to dedicate time to your craft, and all the training sessionals are optional for the non-professionals, but they want to spend time on task to get better at their skills so that they can get into the starting 11 and become professional cricketers. So it's a really tricky time at the moment in domestic sport, but hopefully they'll become professional.
Broad bowls again, another wideish delivery, which Joe Clark at full stretch diving away to his right can only glove away, and that's going to go down as a bye. A little harsh on Joe Clark. Calvin Harrison scampers after it, so bye taken. 37 for 1.
So yeah, hopefully that the full squads will be fully professional soon, as it's feeding in nicely to the international game and strengthening the international teams. And we've seen now the Women's Premier League in India, the Australian contracts have now gone up to a minimum wage of 55,000 Australian dollars for all domestic cricketers.
Broad bowls, and this is steered into the offside, fielded by Brett Hutton. And we've had Grace Ballinger, Phoebe and Kirsty Gordon up with us doing commentary over the last couple of seasons, and it surprised me that they've sort of said don't play any red ball cricket at all. Grace in particular, no red ball cricket at all, it's just white ball cricket.
Yeah, that's right, and I think that comes back to the demands and where the game's at in the domestic.
It's broad, this is wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. And is that the same for you? You won't play any red ball cricket this year?
No, because you've got only 10 of the girls out of the squad that are professional, so until the full team are fully professional, how can you ask girls to take 3-4 days off work in a row? And I think it doesn't seem right that you make your debut for red ball with the 3 lions on your shirt at the moment. So Lauren Bell, Izzy Wong made their debut for Test cricket for England last year.
Broad attacking field, bowled him off stump out of the ground. He's just been looking for that perfect delivery. He's tried 1 or 2 things during the course of the last couple of overs, and this time he gets the better of the Australian. Bancroft loses his off stump, and Somerset a 37 to do for 2. Bancroft bowled by Broad for 16. What a delivery.
Excellent delivery there from Stuart Broad. Nothing better than seeing the off-stump cartwheel out of the ground. Bancroft gone for 16. Broad will be tough with himself there. First wicket of the game for him. 1 for 14. Brilliant piece of bowling.
Yeah, well, I know Stuart will have been in conversation with Stephen Mullaney regularly. How many overs do you want? Do you want another one? Do you I'm good to go, Skip, or whatever. I think I was firmly expecting Dane Patterson to bowl this over, because Stuart had already had 5 overs, but clearly he would have felt it's just come in. I'm nearly there, Skip. I'm just nearly there. I'm just trying one or two things. I think I can get him, and they're just seeing on the replay. It was a lovely delivery, and Bancroft maybe expecting it just to jag back a little more. It came enough to go past the bat and just clipped the off stump at such an angle that it knocked it out of the ground, and the headband warrior runs away to celebrate with his teammates. 37 for 2, and Tom Abel's out in the middle. It was
beautiful delivery, just angled in and then straightened up. Bancroft picked the wrong line ever so slightly, but the most perfect delivery there from Stuart Broad. I think that would have got many a batsman.
Just saw on the live stream there as they all rushed to congratulate Stuart Broad, one of those rushing in, and I'd not noticed he was on the field down at long leg, but I saw him on the live stream there, Dane Schardendorf, who is the second 11 wicket keeper. So we've got Joe Clark keeping wicket, and we have got it's wrong to call Joe not a proper wicket keeper because he is, but the second 11 wicket keeper's down at long leg. He may well have had the call to put the gloves on in another circumstance, but he's not. He's down at long leg, but it was good to see him there on the live stream celebrating. So the new man is Tom Abel. 1 ball left in the 11th over. 37 for 2. Broad bowls to Abel, and he leaves us alone. And Somerset 2 down relatively early on in the piece here after 11 overs. They desperately will want Abel and Dixon to reach lunch together.
Mullaney just had a little word with Broad there. I don't know if they'll give him a 7th. Certainly earned it there with his last 2 deliveries. His 5th delivery of that over.
His first wicket of the match, Phoebe.
First wicket of the match, yeah.
In fact, first wicket of the season. Come to that. No, it's his first game, but yeah, he's on the board.
He's on the board, and he looks in excellent rhythm and flow today. So I think it would almost be silly not to give him a 7th after that over.
Yeah, well, certainly. Again, got all eyes on Dane Patterson. Doesn't appear to be getting himself ready just yet. 37 for 2. Here is Brett Hutton bowling to Sean Dixon. This one's gone through to the keeper. One more over, and then we'll give you a well-deserved rest, Phoebe. Bring Anthony in. We're getting towards lunch, half an hour or so. So they won't want to lose any more wickets, will they? After that terrific delivery saw off Cameron Bancroft. So if the opportunity presents itself for you to play men's red ball cricket on a weekend, is it something you'd be looking to do, or would that just not be an option, or something that you wouldn't do, as an LBW shout here is stifled straight away by Brett Hutton? Dixon obviously with a bit of bat involved. Oh,
definitely. I think the more game time the better. Our fixtures have actually doubled this year, so we're playing Rachel Hayhoe Flint, which is the one-day cup, home and away, whereas the past 2 seasons we've only played each other once. Charlotte Edward Cups, we play everyone home and away again, so we've got a jam-packed season this year, leading into then the 100 during August, which some of the girls will be part of in the domestic setup.
Hutton bowls, runs here for Sean Dixon, forcing it away square of the wicket on the offside. Hamid's after it, and he'll prevent it going for the ropes, and he'll get a couple of runs. Very nice of you, Liz Mitchell, to get in touch and said, I'm sat on the sofa this morning watching this match on YouTube with the BBC Cricket Comms with the splendid Brace Anthony, and I'm sure it says Phoebe in there somewhere. My word, we've come a long way since watching on CFAX, page 340.
That's very true, isn't it?
Do you remember CFAX?
I do, indeed, yeah. I used to get some holidays from there, I think, as a kid.
39 for 2. Next ball is driven up to the offside. CFAX, and was it Teletext, the other one, the ITV
Absolutely.
one? And yeah, that was where I think we once had to wait for like page 69 out of 240 for the
results, yeah.
Well, there was that, and there's also the holidays, as you were saying, the cup prize trip to Mallorca or whatever it may be. But
on your red ball question, I have signed up for some MCC men's games this year just to get more game time in.
Hutton bowls and whipped away. Just looks as if he's still got that little bit of swing, that little bit of doubt in the batter's mind there, but Dixon helps it down to Patterson, moves on to 10, 40 for 2.
Yeah, they're definitely not making contact with the full face of the bat, so there's still movement on the pitch here for Hutton, who's 1 for 20 off his 5.5. But game time's just so important. So whether it's red ball, white ball cricket you're playing, I think it'll be full whites and red ball I'll be playing for the MCC games, but we'll see what they bring over the next couple of weeks.
Here's Hutton bowling again, an LBW shout here asking the umpire. He was quite a way down there, Tom Abel, but you can understand why he was asking. And Brett Hutton still pleading, imploring umpire Burns to give it. He doesn't. If you just want to hang on half a second, and I'll bring Anthony in where I am, and then we'll have a little bit of pas de deux with the headphones away to the left in just a second. But Anthony will be back in just a moment.
Excellent shout there from Hutton. Just watching that back on replay, it's caught Abel on the pads on the half volley, but could have just been going down. But you wouldn't have doubted if the umpire had given that as well. So great call there. The slip cordon went crazy. Somerset 40 for 2.
Nowhere near.
For me, I was going up. I'll tell you that for nothing, and I'll pass over now.
Umpire's call. I think it probably would have clipped the leg stump, but there was enough doubt in the umpire's mind to justify the not out decision. Here's Stuart Broad coming in for his 7th over, and runs off the bottom edge of Sean Dixon's bat. Kept low, that delivery from Stuart Broad. Through to Joe Clark, who's got the gloves on. 2 slips and 2 short legs for Stuart Broad. And he did get that one to bounce really sharply at Sean Dixon. First one that's taken off in this game so far. But pitch is still playing tricks. Broad to Dixon. This is edged, and that'll be 4 runs. If there'd been a 3rd slip, he would have patched that, I suspect, but there wasn't, and it's 4 to Dixon, who moves on to 14. 44 for 2. Batting not easy, the Somerset batsman, but Somerset desperately needing a partnership.
That's a big blow, losing Cameron Bancroft, wasn't it?
He was looking secure as any of the Somerset batsmen have done so far this season, but terrific delivery from Stuart Broad.
Well, Phoebe was suggesting Stuart was trying 1 or 2 different things, hence the big wide, just trying to bring it out differently, try 1 or 2 things against him, and it's almost like he asked Stephen Mullaney just for that extra over and got his man.
He's Broad again from the pavilion end in bowls, and Dixon moving into that full-length delivery from Stuart Broad, playing into the onside. I'm a little bit perplexed by the leg gully and the forward short leg, because he hasn't really. There was that one that took off, but he hasn't been digging it in short on a regular basis. Just the 2 slips. I think if it was me, I think I'd have 3 slips and keep 1 short leg, but well, Mullaney knows what he's doing. This is edged and caught by Duckett at 2nd slip. That was not a good shot by Sean Dixon. He went hard at the ball, got a thickish outside edge, and a good catch by Ben Duckett, moving to his left at 2nd slip, and that's the 3rd Somerset wicket to go down. 44 for 3, and the writing, I fear, is on the wall.
Doesn't drop many, Ben Duckett. I hope that's not the kiss of death. He got 4 out of 4 at Hampshire last week, and it's certainly the second one he's taken in this match. Really good slip catch, a low centre of gravity. I mean, he's not the tallest of fellas, and he really does have an instinct down there. He's another one who's spent a lot of time wicket keeping in his career, but that was a nice catch. I think he'll have had a good sighting of it coming off that outside edge. And Stuart Broad really almost talked himself into a lengthy spell here. This is his 7th over. He only had 4 overs, you may remember, at the start of the match and gave way to Dane Patterson. This is his 7th over, and it's paid dividends because he's got wickets in his 6th over and his 7th over. 44 for 3.
Yes, it was going for a firm push, was Sean Dixon, to a ball that wasn't there for the shot. And Ben Duckett going to his left-hand side, taking responsibility for that catch as a left-hander and patching it comfortably. So, Somerset's last two experienced batsmen at the crease. We've got James Roux still to come, but James is only 19 and it would be a big ask. So these two are the pair that Somerset will be pinning their hopes on.
251 more required to win.
So a long way away. Dear.
There'll be some nerves jangling if there is a lengthy partnership either side of lunch. Tom Kohler-Cadmore didn't hang around for long. Played a few shots in the first innings, didn't he? And then went fairly cheaply.
Broad to Kohler-Cadmore. Let's then go through to Joe Clark, who's keeping wicket in place of Tom Moores, who's damaged a finger.
It's just what you want, isn't it, as a fielding side, looking up at that scoreboard. Abel, 0. Kohler-Cadmore, 0. Partnership, 0. It's what, you know, it's what you want, isn't it, in this sort of scenario where you know you're going to be challenged all day to pick up wickets.
Plenty of pessimism going the rounds on Twitter at the moment. Here's Stuart Broad in bowls, and this is played just past Ben Slater under the helmet at forward short leg. It was in the air as well. It went quickly though, it came off the middle of the bat, and would have been a remarkable reflex catch if he'd taken it. 2 runs accrue, and Kohler-Cadmore is off the mark with those 2 runs, but it's been a successful over for Stuart Broad and for Nottinghamshire. Broad's figure 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. Abel has yet to score, Kohler-Cadmore has 2, and Somerset in all sorts of bother at 46 for 3.
I think that's it with Broad. I know obviously he took a wicket in that over. There was a generous round of applause, and obviously everybody out there would have been saying, well bowled Broady, well done Stu, and all the rest of it, but I just got the feeling that was thanks Stu. But again, doesn't look as if Patterson's getting himself ready, so maybe he'll get another. We'll have to see. 46 for 3 after 13 overs, 249 more required as Brett Hutton bowls to the Somerset skipper Tom Abel. Was that an ooh from Anthony? Am I right? I think it was.
Sharp intake of breath.
It was put in a good area, wasn't it? Hutton and Gregory have been the standout bowlers in this game. 11 for 148, Lewis Gregory's match figures. Terrific stuff.
Yeah, it's great to see him back almost to his best. I mean, I think he was a little bit flattered by his first innings figures, but bowled really well yesterday.
How many of those wickets would he trade for an 80 not out later today as this goes through to the keeper? 46 for 3 could really have the final say in this game. Lewis Gregory, or will it be James Roux or Kohler-Cadmore? Will he play his shots?
Craig Overton.
Craig to come in, or will it be the old warhorse Siddle coming in last to sneak the winning run just as Forest get their second goal later on the What I'm trying to say is we've no idea yet how this is going to pan out. Abel still looking to score. Brett Hutton strikes him on the pad outside the line. He's really dropped onto a really nice rhythm here.
What
Brett
we
Hutton
can say is that batting is looking very difficult out there.
Yeah, we've got the cloud cover. We've got the still relatively new ball and in its 14th over. I did think Sunday was going to be nice weather-wise, but so far this part of the East Midlands hasn't been blessed by sunshine. Here's Hutton in again to Abel. And, again, I would imagine there was some bat involved.
There was, but not much, just enough.
Leicestershire bat on at Grace Road, 343 for 5 against Derbyshire. Did wonder, there was so much time in that one, if they might just try and set up a one innings game, but it doesn't seem so. It just seems as if they're trying to grind out bonus points. Leicester 43 for 5. May well be that Derbyshire don't even get to bat in the 4 days. Ackerman was out for 114. Lewis Hill is 109 not out. Zach Chappell, who had a fine debut for Derbyshire last week with a wicket, as this one just deflected down to long leg. Dane Patterson does the fielding. And there's a couple of runs. 48 for 3, and Abel's on the mark. He's or off the mark rather. He's on to 2. Kohler Cadmore also on 2.
Well, Somerset keeping up with the required rate, going along at over 3 runs and over.
Yeah, that's something that I don't really think they'll have any great concerns over, because if they bat the day, they're not going to be far away. Now then, good shout here given. Tom Abel goes for 2. And Brett Hutton has got another one, and it's 48 for 4. He was just getting forward onto the front foot, but the ball thudded into the pad, the one that tailed back in from Brett Hutton, and umpire Mike Burns raised the finger for Tom Abel's exit. LBW bowled Hutton for 2 at the crease for a quarter of an hour, faced 8 balls. It was difficult out there for Tom Abel. It's difficult now for Somerset. They're 48 for 4.
It was a mirror image of the Tom Lammonby dismissal. Yep. Lammonby, of course, a left-hander, but Abel just beaten on the inside edge, and it looked a straightforward decision for umpire Mike Burns. The only thing that might have saved Tom Abel was if he'd got his pad outside off stump, but I don't think he did. I don't think Somerset can have any real complaints about either of those two LBWs.
I know Brett Hutton's had a 10 for Nottinghamshire against Durham many years ago in his first spell with the county. Got 5 in each innings, so we haven't got to worry about looking up best match figures for Brett just yet. But that's 8 he's now got. 6 in the first innings, 2 in the second. Broad also with 2, and Somerset down to number 6 in the order as James Root, who was really impressed with his wicket keeping in this game. Although I understand that's nothing unusual. He's a very, very tidy young wicket keeper. Everybody really excited about how far he can go in the game, but I've enjoyed watching his wicket keeping. Let's see how he can go with the bat second time around. Broad's going to have another.
He is, yeah, getting a good run out. Grumpy Git says, so question now is, how many more innings does Dixon get? I'd like to see Tom Banton given a run of games. Yep. Well, Sean Dixon, 5-0-0-14. It's not been a great start for his new county.
He's a good player though. Give him time. Give him time.
Yeah. The only thing worries me about him, he's got his runs in the second division, as Broad is in and bowls, or quite a lot of his runs in the second division. There's no shot from Kohler Cadmore.
Rich says Stuart Broad's bowling like a man who knows he's got a chance of making it over the road for 4:30 p.m. kickoff. Yeah. Yes, he has, Rich. Mike Brown, who said he'd settle for 3 by lunch, then he sent another tweet to say, can we make that 4? He's now said make that 5.
Well, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. Ball is still moving around. Broad bowls. Kohler Cadmore plays and misses. He did withdraw his bat, but I think it was after the ball had passed it. He goes down and gives the pitch a prod, as well he might.
Joe Clark will be enjoying this as well. Of course, he's no stranger to the gloves, but there's lots happening, isn't there? Lots happening in the game. Every single delivery, as the wicketkeeper usually is, of course.
3 slips and a forward short leg, the close catches, as Broad bowls outside the off stump. No shot this time from Kohler Cadmore. Happy to watch it sail past into the gloves of Joe Clark.
Of course, Notts have now had 3 different wicket-keepers in the first 2 games of the season, with Stephen Mullaney taking the gloves briefly at the Aegis Bowl last week. Of course, Tom Moores started both games, and Joe Clark's got him on now. If Schardendorf plays next week at Lords, if they decide to go down that route, that might be a little strange. 4 wicket-keepers in your first 3 games.
Broad to Kohler Cadmore, turns this into the onside, where it's fielded by Dane Patterson. There's no run. 48 for 4, Somerset. Still needing another 247 more runs to win.
I wonder if Brodie said, look, I'll keep bowling, but 4 o'clock I've gone. Irrespective. 4 o'clock I've gone. I'll do my shift now. He's into his 8th over.
Here he comes again. He's moving better than he did in the first innings. Appeal, well, it was a stifled appeal for LBW. I think that Kohler Cadmore got his pad outside the off stump, and I also think there was a little bit of bat involved. But another good delivery from Stuart Broad, making life very difficult for these Somerset batsmen.
Yeah, this morning we've had 72 runs and 7 wickets. And a visit from Luke Fletcher, if you weren't with us earlier as well. He popped in at the start of the day.
We're very happy, Luke Fletcher, at the turn that events have taken. Kohler Cadmore advances on Stuart Broad. Doesn't time it at all, but pick up a single as it goes between the bowler and mid-on. 49 for 4, and Kohler Cadmore will keep the strike. And a round of applause for Stuart Broad, who's putting his sleeveless sweater on and his white sun hat. And yeah, I think he looks to have loosened up a bit since the first innings. He was a bit stiff in his movements.
Well, Broad's at 8, and Brett Hutton says, I'm having my 8th as well. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22. So between them, they've really done the damage. Bowled unchanged since the start of the innings, around about an hour or so ago. Nottinghamshire level on their over 8. Somerset, by the way, they've got no concerns there because they finished their bowling stint in this match +2. Their concerns at the moment are all about making sure they avoid defeat one way or another. Can they bat through the day for a draw? Can they find a couple of partnerships maybe and get over the line? Or will the bad weather pull in? Let's not rule that out, because it's looked gloomy all morning. Hutton bowls, and that's not exactly the textbook way of batting through the day. So Tom Kohler Cadmore throwing the bat at one outside the off peg.
He didn't just throw the bat at it, he threw the kitchen sink
at
it.
And indeed, 3 slips and a short leg there.
Put it down to nerves.
Mark the Mod's with us. Good news from Trent Bridge. He says, oh yeah, he's at Leicester. Meanwhile here, Rayan is again showing his class, Dave. Thanks, Mark, as the next one's worked on the leg side. We'll have a look at that. The young man, Rayan Ahmed, really impressive player. He's 26, not out at the moment, so early days, but he got a big score last week, didn't he? And at least he's getting game time for Leicestershire. I think that was a little bit of the strange thing over the winter. He got his Test debut, having played I think only 2 first-class games, and everybody at Leicester, he's one of our own, one of our players in the side. Of course he'd hardly played, but at least he's playing this year. Next ball wide of the off peg from Hutton. Talented young man, and his younger brother, also a spinner, is with the Notts Academy.
I haven't seen him yet, but yeah, he's certainly precocious, I think is the word.
Rayan.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have played against Somerset in the Royal London last year. He's played against Notts.
Don't think he
Weren't
did.
we in the same group? Yeah, we were in the same group as Hutton. Bowls edged wide of Lyndon James at 3rd slip. Gone all the way down to towards the fence. That's a good chase from Calvin Harrison from 1st slip, prevents it going over the ropes.
No, he
for
wasn't.
4.
He wasn't in the Leicestershire side.
In fact, that might have been the year before he played against Notts. Yeah, probably would have been. Thinking about it now, may well have been on a 100 contract last year. I don't know. 51 for 4.
It was the hottest day of the year at Leicester last August. Absolutely baking hot.
Yes, it was a very strange old summer weather-wise. Hutton in again to Kohler Cadmore, clips this to mid-on, and there's no addition to the total. Dave Revell's been in touch. Thanks very much to all the team for the comms in this match. surely be Nott's first win of the season. There, now I've cursed it. Hoping to be at Lord's next week and looking forward to seeing you there. That'd be very nice, David. Very nice indeed. Thank you for your message. At Brace Cricket, at Ant Gibb, at Phoebe G23. Phoebe Graham, the Lancashire Thunder player with this game. That's edge, but it's going to fall short of Harrison at first slip. And that is the end of the 16th over. Somerset are 51 for 4, requiring 244 more runs to beat Nottinghamshire, who of course themselves need 6 wickets for the win.
And Polly Rhodes' Somerset flag is standing out boldly from its flagpole on the left-hand side of the pavilion. But
yeah, not at half-mast yet.
No, I was going to say the Somerset batting out has been a little bit limp, but conditioned very much against the batsman. And applause for Stuart Broad for his spell of bowling, his 8 overs, the 2 wickets that he's taken. And Dane Patterson is going to come into the attack.
You've only got 11 minutes to go. Make that 10 minutes to go until lunch.
8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21, Stuart Broad. Brett Hutton, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24, so very similar figures.
Might be a double change because Liam Patterson-White, the spinner, has been loosening up, and they've had a helmet brought out onto the pitch as well.
It's Patterson in and bowls to Rue. It's a ball that James Rue has faced, and it goes away quite sharply from outside his off stump. Left-hander's off stump, but no need to play a shot.
In fact, that helmet is the one that Ben Slater was wearing for Broad, but I see Asiba Mead on the boundary edges now, popping on the protective pads, which I thoroughly approve of. The short leg fielder in the next over getting himself ready whilst this over is going on. He's on the fence and is able to do that.
Patterson to Rue, outside the off stump again. He's a skinny fast bowler.
Yeah.
Is Dane Patterson. He's not the tallest, but he's got a good pair of shoulders on him. Gets the ball through nicely.
Yeah, Luke Fletcher made the comparison earlier, something we've often said since Dane's been here. He's very Andre Adams-ish in stature and just the way he skids the ball through and gets it to wobble this way and that.
Here he comes again, and bowls full of length this time, and played solidly by James Rue out to Stuart Broad, who's at wide mid-off. 3 slips. We've got not sure what you call that position, so deep short leg. You see what I mean? With Ben Slater with the fielding pads on, just about 5 yards closer to the batsman than umpire Burns. Patterson to Rue, back and across, and he tucks that down to long leg. Hasib Hamid in his fielding pads is coming around the boundary. They're coming back for the second run, and they will get there comfortably enough. It wasn't a particularly good return from Hasib Hamid, but even if it had been, I think James Rue would have been safely home. 2 runs taken, so he's off the mark. 53 for 4.
We've got a result, Anthony. Northants have beaten Middlesex by 7 wickets at Northampton. They were only set to score 120. They've got there for the loss of 3 wickets. So Northants with a victory. They lost to Kent last week, didn't they? And Middlesex, who drew their opener against Essex, they've lost their second match.
Patterson in and bowls. Oh, and Rue is groping for that. Yes, well, it won't do Somerset any harm, the fact that Middlesex have lost their first 2.
It's a low-scoring game. Northants 198, Middlesex 149 and 167, and Northants 120 for 3. Cracking. No side in any of the 4 innings reaching 200. Surrey are 4 without loss. The run chase has begun at the Oval against Hampshire. They need 239 more to defeat Hampshire in that one.
Could be a good finish there. Here's Patterson in and bowls, and Rue plays it up to Mullaney at mid-on. It's the end of the over. 53 for 4. Just the 2 runs from that first Dane Patterson. Over 2 to Rue and 5 to Cola Cadmore, and Yes, we'll have probably 2 more overs, I guess, before lunch.
Yeah, first one's going to be the spin. So whilst Liam Patterson-White's getting himself ready, just finish the other scores then. Worcestershire have been set to score 313 to defeat Durham at Chesterley Street, so that could be a good day there. We've mentioned Leicestershire, Derbyshire still in the first innings of the match there. Leicestershire 366 for 5 in that one. At Edgbaston, Kent second innings 74 for 5, still trail Warwickshire by 221. They're in danger of losing to the Bears there. And at Chelmsford, Lancashire 317 for 7 in their second innings, lead Essex by 305. So all the potential of a 2-session run chase there for Essex. At the moment they need about 300, but we'll see how that goes through the course of the day. So Liam Patterson-White, who if you didn't know what else he does on a cricket field, you only need to take one look at him and know that he's the ball polisher. A red smear down his left trouser leg. Bowls his first ball to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who drills it back to the bowler. 53 for 4. And Anthony's spot on. There's going to be time for this over and one more before lunch. Patterson-White, one slip and a short leg, bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, happy to defend.
Jack Leach getting some quite sharp turn yesterday evening out of the bowler's footmarks, which are both sides of the wicket.
Patterson-White bowls, Kohler-Cadmore again defends. Lammerby first out for 7, that was 15 for 1. Bancroft for 16, that was 37 for 2. When Sean Dixon went for 14, it was 44 for 3 and 48 for 4 when Abel fell for 2. Next one again met by the blade of Tom Kohler-Cadmore. His mate Joe Clark almost breathing down his neck, figuratively speaking, the 2 former Worcestershire men. Clark with the wicket-keeping gloves. Kohler-Cadmore batting. Liam Patterson-White bowls, and again nicely defended.
Yeah, he's getting right out to the pitch, isn't he? Not giving the ball the chance to turn.
This is good for the over 8. He's just pushing it straight back to the bowler. There's only the 2 of them playing at the moment. LPW bowling to TKC, and that's a maiden in about 80-90 seconds. 53 for 4 after 18 overs, and it's 12:57 the numbers. That's a new addition to the Batman board, that little clock in the bottom left hand corner this season. We've not had that before, but very, very welcome to see it there, and we know there's 3 minutes to go until lunch.
242 Somerset require, in addition to the 53 for 4 that they've reached so far. It's a very distant target, but you never know in cricket.
Now this would be a real Brucey bonus, wouldn't it, if Notts can pick up a 5th in the final over the last knockings of the session. They'll be very happy to have got 4 wickets. Another one would be a real bonus.
Line of 3 helmets. Calvin Harris having just arranged them in a line, and Patterson was halfway through his run-up and has had to go back to the start. He's in now to the left-handed Rue, and this is turned nicely away through mid-wicket by James Rue for 4 runs. Over pitch from Patterson on leg stump, and nice to do.
Leave it to me, Tom, I'll get these. As just said. Lovely shot.
It was 57 for 4. He moves on to 6. Timed it beautifully. Just used the pace on the ball and giving the fielder out there no chance. Ben Slater. This will be the last over before lunch. Patterson to Rue down the leg side, and good take by Joe Clark.
Can I just say hello to Toby and to Luca? Richard says, I'm watching the cricket whilst my son does some SATs practice papers. Broadie's bowling was a welcome distraction. Please can you say hello and comms for Toby and Luca? Certainly done. Good luck with the SATs. Thank you very much, Richard, for getting in touch. And Keith, not going to be much left to watch. 51 for 4, and I'm still on the M42.
That's defended by James Rew to the offside.
I think Keith's coming up from the south of the country to. No, he can't be. Yes, yeah, he was. He was coming up from. Was he coming up from Cornwall? Yes, Kevin, to see a bit of cricket, and then the footy behind us. Nottingham Forest kicking off at 4:30 against Manchester United, right behind us.
I suspect there won't be any cricket on at 4:30. I think we'll be. At least I'll be on my way back to Somerset by then.
You think there might be a few car park spaces vacated?
It's Patterson in and bowls, bouncer, which Rew ducks calmly underneath.
It's always tricky, of course, in this part of the city, or to be strictly correct, this part of West Bridgford town. The car parking, of course, if there's a cricket match and a football match. Yesterday, of course, the car parking would have been taken up by people here at the cricket. Of course, then Notts County playing later on, and today, likewise, a lot of people will be coming in to watch the football. Over 29,000 coming from all parts of the country.
Patterson to Rew, bowls, and Rew is beaten by a good one. Had to play at that. It was angled in at his off stump, played the defensive shot, the ball just hit the seam and moved away, past his outside edge through to Joe Clark. One ball remains in the morning session, which has seen Nottinghamshire bowled out in their second innings for 211. Lewis Gregory again leading the way for Somerset, 4 for 64, Peter Siddle 3 for 34. Patterson is in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Rew. That left Somerset with 294 runs to win in 86 overs, and they've not been making a great fist of it so far, having lost the wickets of Lammonby, Dixon, Bancroft and Abel, when scoring 57.
Thank you very much, Anthony. More from Anthony Gibson and Phoebe Graham this afternoon. I'll be updating BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment, but after then we'll be back on commentary when the players return at 20 to 2. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. If you've been off to get your Sunday lunch or get something to eat or drink, I hope you're suitably fed and watered and ready for the afternoon session, the 11th session out of 12 in this match. Whether we'll start a 12th session, I guess, depends on the Somerset middle order and lower middle order resistance. If you've been with us, or even if you haven't been with us, Somerset are now in a run chase. They've been set to score 295 in a minimum of 88 overs. Well, they've run into a little bit of a sticky period before lunch, with Stuart Broad getting a couple of wickets, Brett Hutton getting a couple of wickets, and at 57 for 4, there's a lot of work ahead of them if they're to take something back to the West Country. 238 more runs required for the win. Obviously there's the best part of 60 odd overs to bat for the draw, unless the bad weather comes in. I mean, we sort of promised that it would be dry, and in truth they've stuck to their word. It has been dry, but it's been slate grey skies all day, and it wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if we get the floodlights on, but they've not been on yet this morning. Lyndon James is going to open the bowling this afternoon. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Phoebe Graham, the Lancashire Thunder all-rounder, part of our commentary team this weekend. We'll hear from Phoebe just after 2 o'clock, and to get you up and running and ready for the afternoon session, the voice of Somerset cricket, Anthony Gibson.
A rather resigned voice of Somerset cricket, I'm afraid. I think bad light is probably Somerset's best hope of avoiding defeat in this game. As Lyndon James is in and bowls, and that's a nice shot from Tom Koda-Catmull to backward point, where it's fielded by Hasib Hamid, and we're underway. 58 for 4. But those of you down in the West Country who are inclined to criticise Somerset's batting for a lack of application and determination, I think it's fair to say that 3 out of the 4 wickets that have fallen were entirely down to excellent bowling. The 2 LBWs, Lammonby and Abel, and Cameron Bancroft, who lost his off stump ripped out by Stuart Broad. You couldn't blame the batsman for that. The only one who was really the author of his own destruction was Sean Dixon, who went for a drive against Stuart Broad and was caught in the slips. This is run down into the gully by James Rue. Won't get a run. And it's just asking a little bit too much. I think the floodlights coming on this pitch against this very strong Notts bowling attack. Sooner or later a ball is going to come along with your name on it, as they say.
Yes, one word from Bracegirdle, and the switch is flicked, the floodlights are on. It is gloomy though, isn't it?
It is. James to another James, but Christian name in this case, James Rue. James Rue, who's really got going in any of his 3 innings so far. He made, let me get down at 14 in the second innings and 6 in the first innings against Warwickshire. And he didn't make many in Somerset's first innings, 18 here. James in and bowls outside the off stump, not far outside the off stump, as you gathered from the shrieks from the slip cordon.
Well, he wasn't playing a shot either, was he? And I think it might just have brushed the pad, but did enough to get outside the line. T says, I'm back. I've been for a quick liquid lunch outside the ground, but now I'm back in to see if Notts can wrap up their first win of the season. There's some willpower there, Anthony, isn't there? Nip out and have a liquid lunch and then be back in, because it is chilly out there. It is chilly.
Somerset diehards will still be here, I don't doubt. This is nicely driven by James Rue, but straight to Liam Patterson-White at extra cover, and there won't be a run. 58 for 4. Yes, it's been a disappointing sort of day, really. The clouds have got lower as the day has gone on. We had a sheet of cloud over the ground when play started at 11 o'clock. Just looking a little bit more threatening now. There's no rain, I think, forecast, but light could be an issue. James coming around the wicket to the left-handed Roux, who drives this again straight to Liam Patterson-White at extra cover. That was a half volley and he missed out there, did James Roux. 58 for 4 at the end of the first over of the afternoon session.
Worcestershire set 314 in Division 2 to defeat Durham at Chesterley Street. 314. They're 3 for 2. Libby and Pollock have gone. It's not a particularly good start to the afternoon. For the pairs, it's going to be Dane Patterson to bowl. Just had a little look to remind me, really, the last time Notts defeated Somerset here. I knew it was 2014. Had a little look at the scorecard then. Peter Trigo playing for Somerset got a defiant century in the second innings, but it wasn't enough. There are 3 players playing in this match that played in the 2014 match. 58 for 4 is the score. There's your starter for 10, Anthony. It's not... Listen,
gone.
He's gone. He's feathered it through. Cola Cadmore has feathered it through to the wicket-keeper Joe Clark, and Dane Patterson has got another one with his first ball after lunch. And Cola Cadmore's had a disappointing match, it has to be said. Just tickling it on its way through to the wicket-keeper, and Joe Clark throws it skywards. And Dane Patterson from the pavilion end has just dropped nicely onto his line of length there, and he's picked up a wicket, and it's 58 for 5.
Yes, you can't blame Cola Cadmore there. He played the defensive shot, and as with the dismissals of Abel and Lammonby and Bancroft, the ball was just too good, and Somerset could go down quite quickly here. I think that's the those are the last pair of established batsmen. We've got the all-rounders now, Gregory, Overton, and I think it's only fair to call Josh Davey an all-rounder, as he's averaging over 50 in the county championship so far this season. Well, Luke Fletcher was very complimentary about Lewis Gregory's batting. There's a chance for...
And as a bloke as well, I think.
Yeah. Well, he is very nice. Understated. He's got plenty of self-confidence, but doesn't make a big show of it. He's not a great I am. And, there's a nice line in self-deprecation.
Joe Clark will have enjoyed that as well. It's nice to take over the gloves and make an impression, but his former Worcestershire teammate Tom Cola Cadmore obliging with the snick. 58 for 5. So the new man is Lewis Gregory. .58 for 5. Dan White's had a little go here at the 3 players playing in the 2014 match that might be playing in this game, as Patterson comes in to bowl to Lewis Gregory. It goes through to the keeper.
Craig Overton.
Dan, you've got... Well, Dan, you've given three guesses and 2 are right. Anthony's 1 out of 1.
Jack Leach?
No. 3 in the match.
Steve Mullaney?
2. 58 for 5 as Patterson again from the pavilion end. Balls, I think there's an inside edge onto the pad. Didn't look as if Lewis Gregory had gone very far. No, I don't think he played. I think probably need to pull it up again. No, I mean, we can play this all afternoon, can't we? But I'll give you a big clue. He was playing for one side and now he's playing for the other side in this game. Peter Siddle was in the Notts team.
Was he?
Yeah.
Right.
So I'll just check on those, because Dan said Brett Hutton played. Well, he didn't. No, the Notts seam attack was Siddle, Adams and Gurney, with a bit of Samit Patel thrown in there. 58 for 5. Next one sees Gregory advance down the track to Dane Patterson. And Lewis Gregory. No, the Somerset side, the last time Somerset lost here in 2014, Truscothic, Jones. Would that be Chris Jones? was his name?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, from Durham University.
Nick
retired.
Compton, Peterson, the South African, Hildreth, Kieswetter, Trigo, Craig Mesheder. There's a name I've not said for a while. I used to enjoy saying Craig Mesheder. Went to Glamorgan, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I think he's
Ball
retired now.
on its way as a defender. Craig Owen, Jamie O and George Dockrell. That was the Somerset side in 2014. Nottinghamshire, Mulaney as the opener with Phil Jakes. They must have used a night watchman because in batting order, Ajmal Shahzad was at 3, Alex Hales, James Taylor, Samit Patel, Ricky Vessels, Chris Reed, Peter Siddle, Andre Adams and Harry Gurney. That was 2014. Notts defeated Somerset by an innings. Since then, Somerset have been here 4 times and left with all the points 4 times. This one's gloriously spanked away through the offside by Lewis Gregory. Now that's a way to make a statement. Lovely shot to end an over that began with the wicket. So Patterson 3 overs, 1 for 10, 62 for 5, and do need to be on Pato watch because he's nearing that 500th first class wicket mark. He went into this game. Now, what did he go into this game? 494, I think. I thought it was 494, so he needed 6, and he got 3 in the first innings. Oh, we'll have a look.
Oh, yes, that was Patterson White.
Dane Patterson, yeah. I think he was 494. Got 3 in the first innings, 497, and that one's 498.
494, you're right. Yeah. This is turned into the onside by James Rue. Yes, it's Liam Patterson White came into this game needing 5 wickets for 100 first-class wickets.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Dan. You got 2 out of the 3 right. He said Siddle and Mulaney and also Brett Hutton, but nice to know you're paying attention, Daniel. Thank you.
62 for 5 as James is into Rue and bowls and floats this one up and goes past Rue's outside edge. Just a little bit of late swing. Still plenty in the conditions for the bowlers.
Apart from sitting here shivering and having a sandwich, that was just about all I did during the luncheon interval. It was a very quiet little 40 minutes as yourself and Phoebe popped off downstairs. Has been far more sociable than me, and enjoyed watching the kids again have a little bit of a runabout on the outfield, and some of the squad players, some of the Somerset squad players got out there and had a little bit of practice with the coaching staff.
Lyndon James round the wicket to Rue, drops that at his feet off a dead bat.
Somerset at home to Lancashire on Thursday.
Yeah. Down in Taunton. Jimmy Anderson expected to feature for Lancashire.
Notts are at Lords earlier today. Middlesex losing to Northants, so they've played 2, lost 2. They've had 4 innings so far, and their highest score, Middlesex, in those 4 innings is 210 all out. So.
Lyndon James in bowls, and Rue goes for a big drive to a ball that wasn't there for it, and fortunately for him doesn't get anything on it. Lyndon James is tall, angular, fair-haired, quite lanky. He's got long legs in proportion to his torso.
Yeah.
Very promising young all-rounder. Oakham School product.
Same as Broad.
Indeed. Here's Lyndon James in a bowls full length, was driven down the ground by James Rue. 4 runs, handsome shot. 66 for 5. Yes, my ex-brother-in-law, John O'Wills, taught at Oakham School for many, many years, and taught both, well, certainly Stuart Broad. I think Lyndon, probably Lyndon James as well, because he's 24, so yeah. John is retired now. .66 for 5.
Leicestershire have played a few first-class games there, haven't they, at Oakham?
This is outside the off stump, leaving Rue further outside the off stump. He plays no shot at it, and it's the end of another over. 229 more runs Somerset need to win, but they've only got 5 wickets in hand.
Is it in Rutland or?
Yep,
it's sort of flirting.
Yep. It's
with
the county
being in
town
Rutland.
of Rutland. County town.
66 for 5 then, Dane Patterson.
Joel Tratt, the one of the Somerset coaches, was he's the strength and conditioning coach. He was at Oakham School as well. Taught them.
Lewis Gregory on strike then. He's got 4 runs. He's going to get more runs here. This has gone very quickly off the outside edge. Shasiba Mead's after it. Ball dragged back. Now then. Dragged back by Hasiba Mead. Calvin Harrison backing him up. Fires in the return. That's one of those that I think would be watched from every different angle. I was looking down on it as he dragged it back, then hit the rope, and I think he was okay. But you know, if it was a televised game, they'd look at that from 27 different angles before saying, "Well, we're not sure. Leave it to you umpires." But they ran 3. Good work from Aseed, and well done from Calvin Harrison, who had a long run from slip just to really support Mead. It's Patterson now to the lefty. Kangaroo. This is played up to Mead. I need to know. I mean, it'd be disappointing if he's not nicknamed Kanga, wouldn't it?
I don't think. I've never heard him called Kanga. He's called Rui. Stunning lack of originality. See what it says in the Who's Who. Doesn't have a nickname.
Oh, we've got him one. This one's dug out by James Rue. There was a year where our good friend Mark Church was putting all the Surrey profiles on social media in the lead up to the season, and it was Rory Burns, nickname Burnsy. Matthew Dunn, nicknamed Dunny. Ben Folkes, nicknamed Folkesy. And I went, before you go any further. 69 for 5. Rue has 10. Next ball on its way now, and he's going to move to 14. And this is, I guess, what Notts and their supporters would have feared. Somebody coming out there and just getting the board moving quickly. A flurry of very nice, attractive shots. The boundary peppered, and that required 2 total coming down. It's 2 more needed at 73 for 5.
Yes, it's a question of how long this can last for, given that the ball is still seaming around. Our
good friend Sam Dalling has said one that, yeah, I did know, but Tom Kohler-Cadmore?
TKC.
It's also Pepsi, as Sam's reminded me, yeah.
Pepsi.
Pepsi Cola, yeah. Yeah, thanks for that, Sam. Just steered to point. You interviewed James Rue quite a lot. Sam, you call him Kanga, see what he makes of that. 73 for 5, 1 ball left in the 23rd.
I've had a text from Mark Davis. Not very complimentary about Somerset batting. Well, Mark, all I can say is that it's not easy out there, and all bar Sean Dixon have been out playing defensive shots.
Next ball left alone by the Somerset wicket-keeper batter. End of the over. Dane Patterson, you know, he bowled 1 ball after lunch and got a wicket, and since then he's been clipped here, there and everywhere. 4 overs, 1 for 17 now.
Colin Smith says, no idea. Somerset recruited 3 new top-order bats, but there's been no discernible improvement. County might as well have played some combination of Green, Goldsworthy, Banton, Bartlett, Davies and Smead. Grumpy Git's been talking up the prospects of Tom Banton. Other people saying that he's not really suited to open the innings against the moving ball, which is true. But as Grumpy Git says, he's not sure either. But he has the talent and desire, and I'd like to see him being given a run of matches, and so would I. Lyndon James then to Lewis Gregory, in and bowls, and Gregory forward defensively.
See, what I'm going to ask you a question you don't know the answer to, but I'll ask it anyway. I mean, what will Will Smead be doing now then? Just waiting until the blast comes around, or is he playing in any cricket anywhere?
I honestly don't know. He's not playing for the seconds.
Well, he wouldn't if what I think I read is right. He's no interest in playing red ball cricket anymore, is it? Was that what I would have read?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And
So he wouldn't play for the seconds, would he?
No, I suppose not.
And club cricket wouldn't do you any good.
This is just dropped into the offside by Gregory, and they sprint through for a quick single, well judged. 74 for 5. No, I'm not sure. I haven't asked.
No.
I'll ask Ben Warren what he's up to.
But I suppose it's a period of downtime if you are somebody that travels the globe for the various franchises, and I'm going to play here in January and February, here in March and April, and here in October and November, and maybe you've got April penciled off as your downtime, as your family time, as your rest time.
Well, he didn't get picked up for the IPL, did he? Here's James in and bowls to Rue, who plays a rather loose drive, not at the pitch of that ball, but gets away with it. Was
he the first to get a century in the 100? I think he was, wasn't he? Yeah. Notts fans, thank you for getting in touch. Notts are progressing very well here. Keep it up, lads. Sam Shade, isn't it funny? When Somerset bat and fail conditions, we're told it's difficult. When bowling, we're told it's more favourable for batting.
No, I don't think that's true. I think conditions have been pretty favourable for bowling all the way through. I think where Somerset let themselves down was in that first session on Thursday morning.
So decent delivery.
Good ball from Lyndon James, beating James Rue on the outside edge when they bowled too short, and Duckett and Hamid were 106 not out. Took Notts to 106 not out at lunchtime and weren't separated until they scored 125, and thereafter Somerset took 10 wickets for 131. They were bowled out for 173. Warwickshire made 211, and it's been a bowler's game apart from that first session. James bowls, and this is tucked away down to long leg for a single by James Rue, 75 for 5.
Just give it a couple of minutes. Not entirely sure if we have a BBC Radio Nottingham at 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon anymore, but we'll hang on for 2 minutes, because if I get up and move, then somebody will come. If I stay here, then they won't, but we'll bring...
How did Notts County get on yesterday then?
They triumphed over Woking 3-0.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that Nottingham Forest can provide a repeat performance against Manchester United. Tough assignment. Here's Lyndon James to the right-handed Lewis Gregory. He's there in bowls, and Gregory plays a half-cock defensive shot with the bat angled down and rehearses it. Just has a friendly word with Ben Duckett, who's are they teammates in the Trent Rockets, those two?
No, Ben plays the first 2 years Ben played for the Welsh Fire.
Oh dear.
I think he's moved this time.
Blame him if he hasn't. The Welsh Fire haven't exactly they haven't exactly set the world on fire in the 100.
Well, I think they went with Johnny Bairstow, didn't they, as their marquee player, and he's hardly been able to play a game, either international call-ups or injury has ruled that out. Here's Dane Patterson from the pavilion end, down the leg side, tickled away for 4. So they get closer and closer to where they want to be. Somerset to reducing that to under 200 required, 216 more, and Rue is on to 19 from 32 balls faced. Did this in the first innings, didn't he? And then it was just starting to look troublesome and problematic for the Notts attack, and then he got himself out. 79 for 5. If he did get himself out, I can't use that as a lazy throwaway line. I can't remember his dismissal. Let's have a look. Next one is worked onto the leg side with Patterson halfway through an appeal. Oh, he was bowled by Brett Hutton, that's right. Yeah, didn't get himself out. He got a beauty from Hutton. Knocked back his off peg. 80 for 5 with that run taken. James Rue on to 20. Got 4 balls left in this over, and then I'll metamorphosise into Phoebe Graham.
It's a frightening thought.
Can you hear what he's saying about you, Phoebe?
No, I'm not saying about Phoebe.
Next ball deflected away behind square by Lewis Gregory, a man of Devon. Moves on to 9, 81 for 5.
Yep, one of several Devonians in this Somerset side. Tom Lammonby from Exeter.
Is he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Craig Overton.
Obviously, I know Craig is. Former North Devon player, of course. David Shepherd's old club.
He still turns out for them occasionally.
David and Bill Shepherd, the old thatched roof on the pavilion down there. 81 for 5. Next ball is a beauty past the outside edge.
I saw Craig Overton playing for North Devon against the Shrewsbury Saracens a few years ago. And he got a century in about 30 minutes. The ball was flying everywhere.
Chris Rogers, the Australian, played for North Devon a bit down there.
Very popular he was too.
I've actually been hitting the sea there, bowling from the sea end. It won't be any surprise to anybody who's seen me bowl or played against me. 81 for 5, but that's not a bad hit, you know. It depends if the tide's in or not.
Hit, yeah. Didn't it actually splash in the sea? The tide must have been.
It was an Australian. It wasn't Chris Rogers. It was an Australian who did it. And I think my suggestion that isn't it time you went and watched Neighbours wasn't treated too well because it.
We were rather asking for it.
Well, yes, I did like a bit of a chirp when I was being smacked about. But next ball is defended by James Rue. End of the over. Rue is 20 not out. Gregory's 9 not out. Somerset 81 for 5. We've got 63 overs to go in the day. Could be a long one. Who knows? Somerset require 214. If you stick with us, you'll find out. Anthony Gibson, and then in a moment he'll be joined by Phoebe Graham.
And I think this is the biggest partnership of the innings so far, eclipsing the 22 that Bancroft and Dixon added for the second wicket. Here's Lyndon James into Lewis Gregory there in bowls. Gregory stretches forward and plays that into a gap on the offside and sets off straight away for a comfortable single. 82 for 5. It's not quite Somerset's last hope, this pair, but so they've got Craig Overton and the redoubtable Josh Davey still to come. But if Somerset are going to seriously challenge the target that they've been set, these two will need to put together a substantial partnership. Lyndon James bowls and Rue drives, not at the pitch of the ball. There's no future in driving on the up here, is there?
Absolutely not at Trent Bridge. Not this time of the season anyway. Like you say, if Somerset keep chipping away, 62 overs remaining in the day, they'll get close, won't they?
I like your anorak. Is that...
It's a Knots one, yeah.
Yes, Knots, yeah, very smart.
Nice Adidas kit that they've got at the moment, actually.
Here's James in and bowls, and Rue stretches forward and defends.
Yeah, it's very much settled since lunch, hasn't it? The two of them, Rue and Gregory, looking reasonably comfortable, ticking the run rate over, which is currently at 3.2.
Yep,
Rue 20 off 38.
3.4, but they're not far behind.
Well, if they bat the 62, they require 213, and they'll be at 186, so they won't be far off if they keep going at this rate.
James in and bowls, and this is driven nicely by Rue down the ground for... It's going just to bobble over the boundary now. 4 more to James Rue, moves on to 24. His best score of the season so far. 86 for 5.
I thought Rue looked good yesterday, actually. He got dismissed and bowled by Hutton for 18. It was a really good delivery from Hutton, top of off stump, but played a mature innings within that middle order, even though he only got the 18 off 41 balls.
Waits there now and turns this around the corner, but only as far as Liam Patterson-White, who's by the square leg umpire. He's been bowled in all 3 of his innings so far this season, which suggests, you know, maybe a little bit of a weakness, allowing his bat to stray away from his pad, but he's batted well in this innings so far. Played and missed a few times, but you're almost bound to do that on a pitch like this with the ball seaming around. A little bit of late swing as well, particularly from Brett Hutton. James going over the wicket to Rue to change the angle, and that's very wide outside the off stump. Ignored by Rue. End of the over. 86 for 5, 24 to Rue, 10 to Gregory. Just a mere 209 runs more Somerset need to win.
Absolutely.
Hope springs eternal.
You've always got to have hope and belief in cricket.
No, it's the hope that kills you, though, isn't it? That's what they say.
It's the hope that brings you back every week, though, as well, isn't it? So Patterson's looking good from this end. He's 5 overs, 1 for 23 from the pavilion end.
He's in and bowls to Gregory, who lets that go and just stands there with his bat across his chest as if to demonstrate how very close that was to his off stump.
He's even turned round to ask the wicketkeeper how close was it. Given the reaction of the slip cordon, it couldn't have been closer, just millimetres away from the top of off stump there. Patterson really bowling that challenging business area.
Here he comes again. In and bowls, and this is run off an open face. There's a bit of a thick edge about it as well. Hamid puts in the slide down at third man, sends in the return. They come back for 2 runs. Gregory on to 12, 88 for 5. Robert Blackwell on Twitter. Hello, Anthony and Dave. Another batting failure by Somerset. While I'm not a great advocate of the football call of sack the manager any time a team fails, I do call into question whether Hurry and Kerr, that's Andy Hurry, Director of Cricket, and Jason Kerr, Somerset head coach, have what it takes. As Sir Patterson bowls and Gregory defends. Your thoughts? I think it's a bit early to be blaming anyone for what's happened to Somerset. They were a bit undercooked coming into the first game against Warwickshire because of all the bad weather that we've had. Josh Davey saying last night that the bowlers were very short of practice out in the middle, and that accounted for maybe the poor session they had first up on Thursday. As Patterson bowls and goes past Gregory's outside edge, 88 for 5.
Well, when you look at how you bowl on an indoor surface, a lot of county cricketers coming into this season haven't had as much outdoor prep because of the weather, unless they had a tent, which I know the Nottinghamshire team had the tent at Lady Bay.
Oh, they did, yeah.
But you are bowling a shorter length indoor. That fuller length, batters just get their hands through and can play easily. So
Patterson bowls, Gregory defends.
It's something we've spoken about indoors the past few weeks, is almost sucking your ego up and bowling that fuller length, knowing that the batter will get the hands through, but when you're outdoor, that's a really challenging
that's where
length.
You should be, yeah.
Absolutely,
yeah,
but
it's very interesting.
It's hard to do as a bowler because you know how easy that length is in the indoor school. Even if you put a surface out to try and replicate outdoor, you do just bowl that shorter length.
Patterson bowls and shriek of no from Gregory. I don't think James Rue was seriously contemplating a single, and that over safely negotiated by Lewis Gregory. He has 12, James Rue 24, and Somerset 88 for for 5. So going back to Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr, Somerset, I suppose, well, I don't know, it's hard to say. I'm not sufficiently qualified to be able to point the finger of blame at coaches and directors of cricket. But Somerset have, I think it would be fair to say that in recent seasons, certainly last year, they underperformed in terms of the talent that they had available. But it's very early days in this season, and even if they do go down to defeat here this afternoon, it's by no means the end of the world.
Absolutely, it's a long season ahead, isn't it? So you've got to put some trust and faith into the management.
Brett Hutton coming back into the attack, and that skews off the outside half of James Rew's bat out to Dane Patterson at backward point. 2 slips and a gully, the close catches. And we've got square leg mid-on, mid-off, Stephen Mullaney having a chat with Lewis Gregory. Extra cover, backward point, and those 2 slips and a gully and a long leg. Hutton in and bowls, and Rew lets that go through. But I've been impressed with the way particularly Brett Hutton has bowled in both innings. He doesn't look undercooked at all. He's bowled very few bad balls, and he's consistently been getting it in the right areas.
He has indeed.
Your coaches go on to you constantly about getting it in the right areas?
Absolutely, it's one of the key factors of cricket, and understanding the pitch.
This is outside the off stump, no shot from James Rew.
And knowing where that area is on that day and what the wicket is doing. So with the ball nibbling, seaming on this particular wicket in Trent Bridge, it's so key to bowl that fuller length, and actually drawing the batters in to playing on the front foot and putting the hands through the ball is what has got the seam attack so many wickets for Nottinghamshire. So yeah, it's key to adapt to the wickets.
This is a full length and played not at full power by James Rew. Picks up a single into the offside, but again drawn into playing at a ball outside his off stump, not quite at the pitch of the ball.
They say as well the differences in pitches between the north and south is that adaptation in length as well, and a lot of the southern bowlers tend to bowl a bit more of a heavier ball like a Craig Overton, because that's where that is your business area at a Taunton, at Chelmsford, but at Durham, a Trent Bridge, and Old Trafford, getting it up there is where you'll get a lot of reward back.
Hutton bowls, and Gregory playing around his front pad out into the onside. It was interesting what Luke Fletcher was saying about Lewis Gregory's batting this morning and how good he looks in the nets, and he does look good. He's got a very good technique, he's got a good eye, plays very straight. His problem is shot selection. He'll I don't know quite why, but he'll play the wrong shot at the wrong ball and get himself out too often, but he hasn't done that so far. As Hutton bowls, he's taken on the pad and he's given out LBW, and I've done for him, and I'm so sorry, all you Somerset listeners. But I don't think again that Gregory was culpable there. It was a good ball from Brett Hutton that ducked in at him, and he was groping for it, and as soon as he missed it and it slammed into his pad, I feared the worst.
Another brilliant wicket from Hutton there, his 3rd wicket of the day, taking up to 9 throughout this game. Pitches on off stump, middle of middle, no doubt about it. Gregory didn't quite get himself in line with the ball, and another well-deserved wicket for Hutton.
Just a shake of the head from Lewis Gregory as he walks off, as if to say, well, I did my best, but it wasn't quite good enough.
It wasn't quite the nut from the previous wicket of Hutton. His LBW of Bancroft sort of pitched on that 5th stump line and came back in and would have got most batsmen in the world, but that one was a little bit more of a standard delivery that Gregory didn't quite get in line to.
Josh Davey then is coming in ahead of Craig Overton, which is interesting. I mean, he doesn't deserve to come in ahead of Craig Overton. So he starred with the bat in Somerset's first innings, top scoring with 60 from 66 deliveries with 5 fours and 2 sixes. The next highest score from the Somerset batter was Cameron Bancroft, who made 27. So, and Josh Davey made 42 in the first innings against Somerset's first innings against Warwickshire. So he scored 102 runs, and that was not out, the 42, for once out. Was it that? No, it wasn't. It's anyway, twice out. It's he's averaging 51. That's what I was building up to say. And this flies straight from James Rue's outside edge into the slips, and that is the 7th Somerset wicket to go down. Dane Patterson picking up his 2nd wicket, and caught by Calvin Harrison, sub 4. Tom Moore's straightforward catch. Good ball, not much that Rue could have done about it.
Yeah, beautiful delivery again from Patterson. He's looked so threatening throughout this 6-over spell. Bowls the ball down and just tangles up.
Yeah, he turns him round and
Rue.
Yeah.
And a simple catch there in the end.
Oh dear. Well, this is going to be over sooner rather than later, I suspect.
That 4:30 start time of Nottingham Forest is looking closer and closer.
It is.
I think Fletcher was saying quite a few of the lads have tickets and they're just hoping for a early finish so they can walk across the road.
Some frantic donning of pads, I think, going on in the Somerset dressing room right now. There's no sign of the next Somerset batsman as James Rue makes his slow way up the steps to the door into the pavilion. Still no sign of... Oh, there is a batsman. Looks to me like Craig Overton. Still limping a little bit on his left foot. I hope he's going to be fit to bowl against Lancashire, because a Somerset attack without Craig Overton is a seriously weakened attack.
The seam attack for Lancashire looking very strong as well, with Anderson potentially having to keep Mahmood as well. Back with Lancashire, I think he played second team cricket this week to get himself fit for next week's fixture. So it could be a very healthy attack.
Yeah,
very.
I think is what the Somerset batsmen will be
absolutely
preparing themselves for.
Luke Wood not selected. No. They've got good selection meeting questions really to ask with a seam attack like that, and Will Williams has come in and bowled really well over the past season and started strong.
I was very impressed with him at Southport last year, Will Williams. And
yeah, it's got a lovely action, hasn't he, and just gets that little bit of movement off the pitch.
Luke Wood's had a tremendous winter playing franchise cricket.
He did. He's almost specialised himself into that T20 player, bowling super quick, and it was quite expensive in the first game, if I remember right, for Lancs.
89 for 7 then, as Patterson is into Overton. Gets one down the leg side. From the back of the box, Dave Bracegirdle says, what's the slow hand clap for? I think it was the time that it took Craig Overton to get out to the middle. .89 for 7. 2 wickets in 2 balls to 2 different bowlers, with Lewis Gregory pinned LBW, and then the first ball of the Dane Patterson over, squaring up James Rue and going off his outside edge to slip as he's driven up to mid-off by Overton.
Thought it was another good start from Rue. If he can turn those starts into genuine scores throughout the season, he'll be playing his role well for Somerset, but he's probably looked the most established in terms of a batter over the 2 innings I've felt for Somerset, but just going on and turning those 20s into actual scores.
Patterson bowls to Overton, who again plays that up to Stephen Mullaney at mid-off. Yes, he's got 2 very good deliveries to get him out in both innings. With Brett Hutton in the first innings and Dane Patterson in the second. And here comes Patterson to Overton, edged. Oh, and brilliantly caught by Calvin Harrison. Overton is standing there because he's not sure that it carried. The umpires are going to confer. I did think there was an element of doubt about it, but I discounted that when the catch was claimed. And cricketers don't
given out by the umpire, so that'll be Patterson's 500th first-class wicket. Craig Overton goes. Brilliant catch in the slips.
He's not happy. And the crowd aren't happy either. Oh, get off. Well, I haven't.
Everyone's getting involved now, aren't they?
Have we seen a replay? I don't think we have we? Like it, but he's gone. He's caught. Here we go.
Oh, it's a great grab by
I think
Calvin.
That was a clean catch.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Full stretch dive. He's a tall man, is Calvin Harrison. And he's caught that left-handed, diving to his left. Excellent dismissal of Craig Overton, and 500 first-class wickets there for Dane Patterson.
And here comes Jack Leach. I suspect Craig Overton's going to be in trouble again.
It looks like he kicked the gate potentially there, but some more roars from the Notts fans. When you've got to go, don't you?
Jack Leach is the penultimate Somerset batter. Only Peter Siddle to come, and I think it's about time to Dave Bracegirdle for the final knockings of this county championship match.
Well, there are still 60 overs left to bowl in the day, but with Somerset 89 for 8, we've seen some excellent spells of seam bowling from the Nottinghamshire attack. Broad opening up with Hutton. Broad taking 2 wickets in today's innings, and Patterson 3, but Hutton also taking the new ball and was brilliant up front, taking 3 wickets.
Well, that's all happened of a hurry. I saw Lewis Gregory go. By the time I got to the top of the stairs, because I'd nipped down to the press room for a cuppa, by the time I got back up here, James Rue was on his way back to the pavilion. I'd just tweeted that and looked up, and what a brilliant catch from Calvin Harrison. So 3 wickets have gone down in next to no time.
There's been some amazing slip catches throughout this game. That's well bowled again from Patterson. And a big ripple of applause round Trent Bridge. You can hear it. They're chuffed from that over. 2 wickets, wicket maiden. And Somerset at 89 for 8. We'll have Hutton continuing his spell. He's currently bowled 9 overs, 3 for 25. The movement he's had off the pitch has been sublime, and he's just constantly asked the question, bowling that really nice full length as he comes in here to Davey.
So he's got 9 for the match now. Bowls, is this my end or yours? Bowls to Davey, who drops it on the leg side of me, does the fielding. Just very quickly before we're in danger of finishing. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. We're talking about Oakham School, and Dan's been in touch. Dave, just to continue your Oakham School chat, which is what we had a while ago. Dan is Liam Patterson-White's dad, by the way. I'll read it in a second because Brett Hutton's going to bowl to Josh Davey, who made 60 in the first innings. He's on strike now, down the leg side, taken by Clark. To continue your Oakham School chat, the 2014 Bunbury Festival was held at Oakham. The Midlands side contained LPW, LJ, so that's Liam Patterson-White, Lyndon James, Tom Banton, and also Harry Swindles of Leicestershire. They played a south and west side that contained Tom Lammonby in both the 50 over and the 20 over competitions. Other notable players at that competition that year were Tom Haynes, Will Jacks of London and East, and Harry Brook and Liam Travaskis for the North. Thanks, Dan. Mine of information as always, as Davey defends this one, the Bunbury Cricket Festival. It's been a pathway for many youngsters to go on to bigger and better things, as we heard there.
I was just taking a quick look at some of the other games. Essex versus Lancashire. Anderson has just got Cook again, LBW, for no runs scored. So that's a huge wicket in the Essex-Lancashire game, as Essex are 8 for 1, needing 332 to win.
Brett Hutton runs away from us. Bowls nice and full, clipped by Davey up to Mulaney at mid-on. There's no run. Again, many thanks to everybody that's been in touch. A lot of people sending 6 more wickets needed 5 and 4 and whatever, which have all been superseded, but sorry we didn't get to read them out. Steve Sully, Dave, you need to take more breaks. Wickets tumble when you're sipping your tea. Afternoon delight to you, and to you, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, well,
there you go. You've got to remember that now, don't you?
I'm all for that. I do like watching the cricket.
When things get a bit stagnant,
next one's gone through to the keeper.
Your
LP says Craig Overton was very unhappy about that decision and made his feelings clear to everybody in the pavilion.
Well, he doesn't seem to be one that keeps his emotion to himself. When he's bowling, you can feel every thought going through his mind. He's quite the comical character, really.
We'll let Anthony ask him at close of play. How many pairs is that you've had now, Craig? Because he's got a pair in this game. There's Hutton, nice and full and driven away for runs. It'll maybe go all the way to the fence in front of the Hound Road stand. Lower tier, it does indeed, over the road under that little railing, and somebody sat on one of those white plastic bucket seats on the front row lobs it back. A couple of catches then for Calvin Harrison on as a sub-fielder. It's always a contentious issue, the sub-fielder. Well, is he a like-for-like replacement? Well, he's not really. He's not played a first-class game, Calvin Harrison, but he's a decent fielder. But I suppose Notts could have brought a sub-wicket keeper on, but Joe Clark is with the gloves, so his place as slip has gone to Calvin Harrison, and he's snaffled a couple.
Absolutely, he's done well as Calvin coming in, and find it quite amazing at his height how well he moves, and that was used every inch of his body to get that catch in the slippers. Excellent take to dismiss Overton.
Patterson bowls, and it's steered into the offside. Am I doing them all?
I'm sorry. I have to take an end, won't I? Shall I go for this
one? You
one?
don't have to.
No, I'd love to. Sorry, listeners, I've got so used to the summarising that I'm going to give the ball by ball a go now for the rest of Patterson's overs. It was 3 for 25. Looking exceptionally dangerous as he approaches the crease towards Leach, who plays and defends right back to him.
He's had some extraordinary innings, of course, for England, Jack Leach. The time he went in, was he opening or 3 when he got his 90 on? Absolutely, he was a night watchman, but he was right up at the top of the order, wasn't he? Rather bizarrely, and very nearly got 100. And then, of course, that long and famous innings at Headingley with Ben Stokes, where he just got the one not out, the best one not out I think anyone of all English cricket has ever seen. He got a nice spectacles contract, didn't he, out of that?
As Patterson comes in, Leach throws his arms at it,
4 runs through the covers. Much fuller delivery there from Patterson. Leach was allowed to let loose and play a nice cover drive through for 4.
Started the season well again for Not Stain Patterson, with wickets in the Hampshire game and already 6 in this one, 3 in each innings.
Nice for him to get his 500th first class wicket as well today. That's some achievement.
Taken 50 in each of the last 2 seasons.
As he runs into Leach, defends, and they scamper a single. Hands on head. He just managed to get his bat in front of that and he squared him up. 1 run scored.
Not had a run out yet in this game, have we? We've had most things, but not had a run out yet.
No, we've had a few of the stumps wheeling.
We've seen a lot of slip as well.
Yeah, we have. A few clusters, a lot of slip catching.
Lyndon James and Craig Overton in the respective first innings both got first ballers.
Some of Hutton's wickets have been some of my favourites. As Patterson comes in to Davey, fuller delivery, clips it on the legs through mid-wicket. Lovely shot there from Davey.
100.
4 runs, and that's Somerset's 100 up, 102 for 8. Just 193 runs required to win this game.
Yeah, 193. The 9th and 10th wickets in the first innings took Somerset from 87 for 8 to what did they finish on? 173. So that's 86 they put on the last 2 wickets.
Patterson comes to Davey. Front foot defensive. Challenging nearly every ball is Patterson here. Another excellent over. 3 for 34 off his 8 overs. He'll pass the ball to Hutton, the other end.
Yeah, not showing us +1 on the over 8 as well, so they're okay. 102 for 8. Been a strange old day weather-wise. There's hardly been a breath of wind. It's just been slate grey cloud overhead all day long.
It's really proper cricket weather today, isn't it?
April cricket weather.
April cricket weather. Come down to Trent Bridge and wear 4 fleeces and 3 picnic rugs, I think, to keep you slightly warmer.
Hutton to the left-handed Leach. Bowls now, and Jack Leach eases it into the offside to England teammate Asiba Mead, or recent England teammate Asiba Mead, who quickly gets the ball across to the ball polisher Liam Patterson-White and thrusts his hands deep into his pocket. Patterson-White still giving the ball a bit of a buff and a shine and a polish before lobbing it to Broad on its way back to Brett Hutton.
A lot of people got to go. Probably just over 12 months ago when England couldn't quite find any victories, and now it's much more cemented 11 to get into.
Brett Hutton bowls now, elegantly driven down the ground. A real shot of emphasis from Jack Leach for 4. 1 bounce over the boards, or over the rope and into the boards down below us. Glorious shot. 106 for 8.
It's a lovely 1 bounce drive for 4 over mid-off. Textbook range hitting that. Beautiful. Leach. Don't mind that at all. That's where Hutton has bowled that fuller length, and it's where he's caused so many problems.
Here's Hutton in again, and Leach a lazy chop on that. Mike Brown is in the ground, says, in all my years visiting Trent Bridge, Dave, I don't think I've ever heard members before jeering an opposition batsman as he walked up the pavilion. Reap what you sow, he says. So I don't know if Craig did say anything to them, or it was just his reluctance to accept his fate, accept the decision of the umpire, but he certainly got the back up a few not supporters and members over at the far end as he went off, and Leach has thrown the bat at that one. Didn't get anything on it.
Enjoyed that. 4 over mid-off so much that he's gone to try and replicate that, but instead of holding his shape, used the whole of his body and swung through that, and I think he needed an 8 iron.
He did.
In order to make any contact then.
Not so just being a little bit cautious here. The third slip, Lyndon James, has gone halfway back just in case there's a top edge that happens to fly to him. Hutton to bowl onto the pads of Leach, and it's just kept out. It remains 106 for 8 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset, with Anthony Gibson, Phoebe Graham, myself, Dave Bracegood. Many thanks for everybody that's tuned in or listened or followed or just been there for us over the course of the 4 days, because we didn't get any play on the second day. Special thanks to the camera crew that's been out and about in the cold and the windy and the blustery conditions for much of the contest. Anu Spence and Stan on debut. Many thanks for your hours of camera work out there, and to Kirsty and Aaron running the gallery, running the production room away to our left. 106 for 8 as Hutton bowls, and we're not going to get a single here as it's played up to Stuart Broad, and it's the end of the over, and Broad, in fielding that, has whipped off his, well, he whipped off his sun out. I wondered, oh, is he going to have a bowl? But he's put his sun out back on again.
I think all the signals to the captain that you want another over, that's them there, but Patterson's taken his kit off straight away, so looks like Patterson will be remaining from the pavilion end. I'm sure Broad's chirping in Mulaney's ear to try and get him back on, pick up those last couple of wickets so that he can make his way over to watch Nottingham Forest take on Man United at 4:30.
I hope I'm right. I think I'm right with Dane Patterson's 500. They usually, I don't think it's been announced, has it? They usually pop it up on the big screen here and all the rest of it, that there was a milestone for Patterson.
Comes into Davey, defends straight back to him, and tickles past actually Patterson along for 2. Didn't quite get down to that, stuck a hand out, but tickled underneath him and gently brushes past him, and they managed to score 2 runs.
Yeah, beat the bowler and also beat Stuart Broad. Stephen Mulaney had to go galloping after it to keep them to 2.
I think another day Broad might have dived on that, but I think at this stage of the game he's saved his whites. As Patterson comes into Davey, great delivery past the bat, straight into Clark's hands, just squares him up there, and he plays completely across the line of that delivery.
Whisker away. Just Peter Siddle to come. Notts have had a really good day. That said, they lost their last 3 wickets this morning for just 24. Tom Moore's unable to take any further part in the game, so Notts were 9 down. That was the end of the innings. Already got Somerset
Patterson comes in, front foot defences to backward point for 1 run.
57 for 4 at lunch, Somerset. Not the start they wanted in pursuit of that victory target of 295, and since then Cola Cadmore for 6, Rue for 25, Gregory for 12 and Craig Overton for 0 have all gone, and there's not a lot left now between Nottinghamshire and their first victory of the season.
Just sent square leg out for Leach, so the field is fine leg, square leg, 3/4 of the way out. There's 3 slips in, point, extra cover, mid on and mid wicket, as Patterson approaches the crease to Leach, and he flicks him off his legs through to mid wicket just for 1 run, and that is nowhere near overboard. There's still 2 balls left in the over.
It looks like he firmly believes he can win this, Jack Leach, and you know, that's good to see, isn't it? That's good to see. A bit of positivity out there. He's making the most of it. They've added 21 already, encouraging each other along, both in double figures, Leach and Davey. We've got a few in the first innings. Let's see if we can do it again.
Yeah, Somerset last 2 wickets were frustrating for Nottinghamshire yesterday, as Patterson comes in,
front foot defence from Davey. I think they were the biggest partnership, was the last wicket of 50, and then 31 the partnership before that. So
was that only yesterday?
That was yesterday, yeah. So 50, I think it was 51, 52 runs for the last 2 wickets. So you never know, they could creep closer to the target. 185 still required. Patterson comes in here to Davey. Excellent delivery, front foot defence. Solid from Davey there, who remains on 11 off 13 deliveries. Somerset 110 for 8, still requiring 185 runs to win.
I'm no Mystic Meg, but I think Stuart Broad's going to replace Dane Patterson at the pavilion end next over. It just seemed as if there was a bit of a thanks and congratulations, Dane, and let's see.
I think as a bowler you can give as many signals as you want. There's taking your jumper off, there's getting loose, there's having chats, and Broad's done all of those 3 things as he wants to watch his mighty team take on Man United this afternoon.
It's Brett Hutton bowling to the left-handed Leach. This one from round the wicket comes in on the angle, strikes him above the knee roll, would have gone down. Nothing to get too excited about. Tea probably won't be an issue, should be 20 to 4, which is very nearly an hour away. Somerset can get to tea with this pair still there. They'll have done very well.
They've got a lot of grit and determination in the bottom order, which is always promising to see in other situations where you come in as number 9, 10, 11, you only need 20, 30 to win.
Hutton to Leach, who again has had an almighty mow at that outside the off stump. Looking, trying to hit it somewhere towards us, but didn't get anything on it. Heart in mouth time for everybody, really, when you see somebody winding up like that for the big blow. Is he going to middle it? Is he going to snick it? Or on that occasion, is he going to miss it completely?
I just don't know how far these are going to go if Leach makes contact. He's putting every part of his body into it.
It's Brett Hutton to Jack Leach. Again, it's in the slot. It's drilled to wide-ish mid-off, and Stephen Mullaney, the Notts skipper, fields the ball, and as he often does, he then just flips his Notts cap back and wipes the perspiration off his forehead. A little burst of the BBC Radio Nottingham studios for reasons I'm not entirely sure about.
Like a little bit of Dolly Parton, maybe.
Was it not Madonna?
I don't know, maybe. I've got that completely wrong. It was Madonna.
Next one's gone through to the keeper. I reckon it was borderline Madonna myself.
They're playing it all.
111 for 8.
It'd be nice if we get little music updates like that throughout the rest of the day. Name the song. We could sing it to the viewers at home, see if they can join in.
There'll be plenty of that from Lords next Thursday after I've had a night watching the Temptations musical. Hutton to the right-handed Davey, who's played some lovely shots during the course of this match, and that one's right up there with the best. Caressed away through the offside for 4 more. Ben Duckett with 75, the top score in the match. Asiba Mead made 65, and then Josh Davies 60, coming in at 3rd at the moment. The only 3 to reach and pass 50 in the match. Ball has been returned to Brett Hutton, the bowler, and he's called across the skipper, giving him the ball, and the skipper, Stephen Mullaney, has handed it to Mike Burns, the umpire, who's had a look. Now he'll take it to David Milnes, the other umpire, and they'll have a look, and somebody out there in a moment will say, get on with it. Get on with it. 115.
It's not 8. Actually, it doesn't look like it's comfortably going through the ball hoop.
No.
I don't know what the technical word is.
So Josh Davey has broken the ball. He's slammed it away into the well, over the ropes and into either the concrete wall or the advertising boards, and when it's been returned, it's
been
out found to be damaged.
The suitcase full of balls that they're able to look at.
Well, they need to find one that's about 34 overs old. So
absolutely, that's what they'll be checking out within the ball box.
So many suitcases got about 8 balls in there, so it won't be exactly identical, but they'll try and get one that's as close to it as they can.
Patterson getting in on the chat. He'll be making sure it's a reasonable choice for his mate Broad, who looks to be coming on to the pavilion end, unless he's persuaded Mullaney for another one himself.
Leicestershire have managed to get full batting points and just declared. They're 451 for 9 declared at Grace Road against Derbyshire. So as we approach tea on the final day, Derbyshire are about to bat for the first time in that contest. Lewis Hill, 162 not out. Colin Ackerman made 114. Zach Chappell, 4 wickets for Derbyshire. Had a terrific time of it last week with runs and wickets on his Derbyshire debut. Zach Chappell, who moved from Notts in the close season, but Leicestershire, who defeated Yorkshire a week ago at Headingley, they are well, that game's going to be a draw undoubtedly, but they're going to get maximum batting points. They'll just try and see if they can pick up a bowling point or two throughout the remainder of the day.
Yeah,
I think we've got a ball back.
Hutton has the newly chosen ball from the suitcase, that the umpires are in control of that choice. And just adds a bit of perspiration onto the ball to get it shining again.
So Josh Davey on strike on 15. He's got to start once more. Partnership worth 26 now for the 9th wicket. Brett Hutton bowls to Josh Davey, but doesn't have to play this very, very wide delivery as it goes through to the keeper. End of the 34th over. Brett Hutton 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 38. Now then, is it going to be Dane Patterson to continue, or is it going to be Stuart Broad? Patterson's peeling off his sweater.
There you go.
Television's about to switch off.
Oh, better. We want to keep the live stream going next to us here.
Well, Phoebe has figured out how to do it in literally 3 seconds, and it took me about 19 games last season before I worked out how how you kept it on from turning off. You must have got one like that at home.
Interestingly, 89 for 8 today. Yesterday, Somerset were 87 for 8 and managed to go on and post 173. So let's see how these two go. Patterson into Leach, shorter delivery, defended straight back to him. So the tail enders were almost able to double Somerset's score, and after a partnership of 26 from Leach and Davey, we might be in for a similar scenario, unless one of the seamers can produce their little bits of magic. As Patterson comes into Leach, shorter ball, high up in the air to point, caught by Lyndon James. Excellent piece of bowling from Patterson as he gets his 4th wicket. Shorter delivery to Leach, wafts the bat, caught at point. Somerset now 115 for 9.
Nearly there, Nottinghamshire. We've got a game of darts for Dane Patterson, 5:01. Jeans as well, aren't the other jeans manufacturers are available, but that's his 501st first class wicket, and yeah, he's got a 4 for in the innings. Nicely judged by Lyndon James, who spent much of this match in the slip cordon, found himself out on the offside, and he almost did a complete 360 watching it up there, trying to pick it out and just get in the right spot, but nicely judged. He's got a good safe pair of hands and caught it nicely, and Notts are very, very close. Jack Leach goes for 11, 115 for 9. Notts need one more.
Yeah, shaking his head after that catch. They're never easy when you're chasing them and the ball's spinning, but took that comfortably, did Lyndon James in the end.
Well, we're very close to the end. Well, we don't know. We might still be playing here at 6 o'clock, but as is tradition, we're going to bring Anthony back in.
Absolutely.
Phoebe, if you don't get back on air, on behalf of all the viewers, many thanks for your contributions over the 2 days. It's been terrific. Welcome here any time. Get your name on that roster for as many games here as you can possibly do, because it's been a joy working with you. We may get you on if this game goes on and on and on, but if not, thanks for everything you've offered and helped with over the 2 days that you've been with us this week, and it's been terrific to work with you, and we can do it again.
Thanks so much for having me. It's been wonderful fun.
If you just stay here for a second, because Anthony's going to take my headphones and then I'll take yours.
Absolutely. Wonder if Patterson can do it this ball as Siddle comes into the crease, just marking his centre. Got very traditional field, 3 slips, backwards point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg.
Thank you, Phoebe. I echo Dave Bracegirdle's comments. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you over the last couple of days. Here's Patterson in and bowls, and that's almost through through Peter Siddle. He groped for a ball outside his off stump.
Oh, you're right, old boy. I mean, we've been in this situation many times with with me staring at your feet down the barrel.
I honestly think this game was lost in the first session.
Yeah,
when Notts got off to that fast start. Patterson in and bowls, a little bit of inside edge. Saves Peter Siddle there. When Somerset bowled too short, and Duckett and Hasib Hamid went in at lunch 106 for none. Added a few more after lunch. And then Somerset started bowling a decent length and taking advantage of the help that there is in this pitch and has been throughout for the quicker bowlers. But 179 is the margin as things stand, and Siddle gets in behind that and plays it back up the pitch. But it's disheartening for Somerset. I mean, they had the worst of a drawn game with Warwickshire last week. They look as if they're going to be beaten inside 3 days here at Trent Bridge. The new top order hasn't fired in any of the 4 innings that they've had so far this season, and there must be real concern in the Somerset camp about top order batting. Patterson bowls, and there's a big swing from Siddle. It comes off a thick inside edge, and it will bring him 4 runs, as Lyndon James can't get across to stop it. So 118 for 9, end of that over, 4 to Siddle, 15 to Josh Davey. And I would say, I mean, Nottinghamshire have been better in every department than Somerset, but I think the real key difference has been the quality of the Notts bowling, a consistent line they have stuck to, and this man with ball in hand now, in particular Brett Hutton, who's taken he's judged the conditions exactly right and taken full advantage of them.
You're almost sort of trotting out what I said a week ago at the Aegis bowlers, Mohamed Abbas and Kyle Abbott ruled the roost in the fixture down there a week ago. Notts losing the opening game to Hampshire, and in truth by and large outplayed in most quarters, but they've responded as Hutton bowls to Davey, who played nicely in both innings. He's on 15, he's as this into the offside, 119 for 9, but I think Somerset will have many brighter days this year. But just for the moment, it's been a sticky start to the campaign. Sean Dixon will come good, I'm sure. There's Hutton in again to Davey. Can he finish it off now? He can't, because Davey defends. Hutton 3 wickets, Dane Patterson 4 wickets, Stuart Broad 2 wickets, and Somerset inside 36 overs are 9 wickets down.
Well, I don't think Josh Davey's going to give it away. He'll have his average very much in mind, averaging 51 when he came in here this afternoon, and he's batted very well throughout.
Hutton into bowl, 3 slips, bobs underneath this one. Josh Davey got down as low as he could. 1 for the over, says the umpire.
Well, he's got the 2 men out for the pull shot, hook shot, deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket.
Somerset winning the toss, remember, on that first morning, and then, as Anthony was just saying, Asiba Mead and Ben Duckett, really, Duckett in particular, going on the offensive, not letting the Somerset bowlers settle. It was crucial, I think, to how it panned out that Craig Overton could only bowl 3 overs in that first session on the first morning, but Duckett applying the pressure. 125 for that first wicket as Davey defends. Somerset roared back into it then, Notts 256 all out, but Somerset's first innings, and indeed this second innings, just not quite enough runs against what's been a very, very decent Notts attack. Lewis Gregory, of course, let's not forget, what a game he's had. 11 wickets, a 7-fer and a 4-fer. And Brett Hutton replying in almost in kind. He's had a 6-fer and at this point in time a 3-fer. Just trying to finish it off now as he comes into Josh Davey. Down the leg side, taken by Joe Clark. That will be that'll be one of the obvious disappointments and concerns from this match for Notts. The fact that they've lost their wicket-keeper Tom Moores. I understand he's going to be assessed properly tomorrow. They'll get all the x-rays and everything done, but a little bit of finger damage, and the likelihood is he might have to miss a game or 2. So we wish Tom well. Here's Hutton. Final ball of this over, and Josh Davey played it nicely. There was a little bit of bounce and away swing there from Hutton, but Davey played it well. 119 for 9, a maiden, so at least Notts can bowl at the Somerset number 11, Peter Siddle, former Nottinghamshire player. Looks if there is going to be... No, there's not. Dane Patterson again peels off the sweater. He's keen to keep going.
Yes, I mean, if you look at Somerset's 4 innings in this county championship season thus far, their 5th wicket has fallen at 124 for 5 in the first innings against Warwickshire, 92 for 5 in the second, 58 for 5 in the first innings here, and 70 for 5 here today. As Patterson is in and bowls, a big swing from Peter Siddle. Did he get a nick on that? Joe Clark looks disappointed, and Stuart Broad's got his hand on his head. Don't know, I didn't hear anything.
No, I didn't.
But the reaction of the fielders and Joe Clark's body language suggests that perhaps there was just a faint edge. Went very low and down to his right. Couldn't quite cling on to the catch, if it was a catch, as Siddle gets in behind this, and they steal a single as Stuart Broad was rather back on his heels at mid-on. 120 for 9.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure he was going to be able to stop a single, even if he was walking in quickly, because it was just played softly by Siddle, and he set off straight away, called Josh Davey through. 120 for 9.
The skies reflect the mood of Somerset cricket at the moment. Overcast. As Patterson is into Davey, taken on the pad, but going down leg side a little bit high as well.
It wouldn't be the craziest thing I've seen so far this season, and we're only in match 2, if they took them off a bad light. I'm not saying it's bad enough now, but it would just about give us the unexpected twist.
And if they were to go off, they might not come back on again.
There'll be some booze then.
Patterson to Siddle, and it comes off to Davey rather, and it comes off the outside edge out to Asiba Mead, coming in from deep backward point. Another single, 121 for 9. Davey on to 16.
Yes, the spectators sort of voted with their feet at tea at the Ageas Bowl last week when the scores were tied and they went off, just one needed. The umpires were booed off all the way, and everybody just got up and left. It was incredible. Didn't even stick around to see the 1 run scored straight after tea.
Patterson to Siddle. Siddle swings and misses. And that's taken low down by Joe Clark in front of first slip. I don't think Peter Siddle is particularly worried about hanging in there for the hope of some bad light.
No, I don't think his salary depends on whether this ends win, loss or draw.
He'd be quite happy to be back on the bus heading south to Taunton. Here comes Patterson, last ball of this over, bowling to Siddle. Siddle clips this down to deep backwards, or down to long leg really, and Lyndon James will do the fielding, and they'll come back for 2 runs, 123 for 9 at the end of that over.
Sides meet again at Taunton last week of June. Very much looking forward to a trip down to the southwest. We're right in the...
Let's hope the weather's a bit better than it has been over the last 4 days. It was quite nice yesterday, particularly in the evening, and it was the evening as well, as we didn't finish till nearly 7:30.
Yeah.
But it was chilly on Thursday and poured with rain on Friday, and it's been chilly and cloudy today.
Still going to be Brett Hutton, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 38. What a match he's had. Certainly putting his name in the frame to be selected for Lords next week. Nice and full he bowls this one, and Josh Davey clips it on the leg side. Ollie Stone, I'm sure, will be wanting a return to the side. Luke Fletcher, we heard this morning, had a little bit of a niggle that's kept him out of this one. He's expecting to be fit for Lords. The 3 seamers that are playing here, Broad, Patterson and Hutton, and Jake Ball. He's been in both squads. I understand he was bowling very, very well in pre-season. Hasn't yet had a game. Yeah, good luck with the selection for Lords next week. We'll await the announcement of the squad on Wednesday afternoon or evening, and the confirmation of the team at 10:30 next Thursday morning. Siddle has 7, he's on strike. Hutton bowls to him, he's hit him on the pad, but walking forward and outside the line.
Well, Brett Hutton could feel pretty hard done by if he's not selected for Lords after the way he's bowled here over the last 3 days.
Go on then, appointing your chairman of Nottinghamshire selectors. Stone, Fletcher, Broad, Patterson, Hutton, Ball. You can only play 3 of them.
I'd go with... I'll come back to that after this.
It's Brett Hutton. Again, nice and full and dug out.
I think, well, Hutton I would definitely have in the side, and Luke Fletcher, I think, assuming he's recovered, and Ollie Stone, and presumably Stuart Broad. But if
that's 4.
That's 4. But if Broad,
so you're leaving out Dane Patterson, who's been, I think, he's been terrific in this game. 3 wickets in, 7 wickets in the match, 3 in the first, 4 in the second. Here's Hutton bowling a bit of a loose waft at that one from Siddle. It goes through to Clark. You can see it's going to be a quandary, and I know Thursday morning, and especially if Middlesex have a good first session with the bat, they'll be well, why is he playing and not him, and why have they left him out, and why him and why him? But it's a nice problem to have, of course.
It is
a nice problem to have. It's better than, you know, we've got to blood a couple of youngsters through necessity because there's nobody else available. Not that we don't like to see the youngsters making their way into the game. Hutton, nice and full and deflected away fine for 4 by Siddle, who moves on to 11.
But Brett Hutton, I mean, well, though Dane Patterson has bowled, he's got 7 wickets, and Brett Hutton has 9. So, on that basis,
yeah, these people paid
nice
the big bucks for
nice
making that decision. 128 for 9. Siddle 11, Davey 17, partnership of 13 for the last wicket. Hutton in again, final ball of this over. Bowles strikes him on the pad. It's going to be a leg bye, but they're going to take the single. Siddle will keep strike with that leg bye. Oh, did he signal? Don't think he signalled. Might have been some bat involved. Let's have a little Luke. It's the end of the over anyway. Yeah, single to Peter Siddle, 129 for 9. He keeps the strike. There are 50 overs left in the day for for Somerset to bat through. I don't think one way or another we're going to get there. It'll be either win, loss or bad light. We're not going to get 50 overs in, but after 38 overs, 129 for 9, Nottinghamshire have every reason to believe they're not too far away now.
Peter Siddle on strike. 3 slips, close catches. Will Siddle go for the big shot? We will see. Dame Patterson from the pavilion end is into Siddle, who doesn't go for the big shot, just defends into the onside, picked up by Liam Patterson-White at mid-wicket. Yes, it's been a chastening 3 days of cricket for Somerset.
Chap has a wander right behind the arm, and the steward says you can't do that, so he turns around and wanders back from where he came from.
Spectators in front of the pavilion all well wrapped up. Chilly day. Patterson bowls. Siddle drives and is caught by, appropriately, the Notts captain Stephen Mullaney, and Nottinghamshire have won by 165 runs. Somerset bowled out in their second innings for 129. A pretty comprehensive victory for the Nottinghamshire side.
Yes, congratulations to Nottinghamshire. Little twist on the Siddle and Mullaney story. Peter Siddle got Stephen Mullaney out twice in the match, although Mullaney hasn't been bowling. He managed to catch his old mate there at mid-off. And Dane Patterson, who Anthony Gibson wouldn't select for Notts' next match, finishes with 5. Sorry, I'm only teasing. Finishes with 5 for 46, gets the last wicket. I think he's been terrific, Dane Patterson, in this match myself. Absolutely terrific. So too Brett Hutton. Stuart Broad has given absolutely everything. Hard to pick a fault anywhere. Nottinghamshire bowled Somerset out for 129, and they'll be absolutely delighted with that, because I know they're a little bit crestfallen about what happened last week, first game of the season, etc, etc, but you can never go too long without getting that first win, and it's happened in their first home match here. And Dane Patterson, 11.2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 46, gets the last wicket, and amongst his haul a 5 wicket bag and his 500th first class wicket. And very nice to see everybody standing and clapping everybody off, including their old mate Peter Siddle. And Josh Davey, who's had a pretty decent time of it, he finished 15 not out. It's nice that on the live stream. Those of you watching the pictures, you'll see Dane. He's a quiet man. He won't too much be going overboard and a little bit embarrassed maybe, but he goes off, holds the ball aloft. I think he's been terrific, and Notts have got the win. I can't say a lot more than that.
It was lost in the first session on Thursday morning, when in bowler-friendly conditions, and the conditions have been pretty bowler-friendly throughout. But instead of picking up 3 or 4 Notts wickets before lunch, having put Nottinghamshire in, Somerset went into lunch with Notts on 105, 106 without loss, and that really was the difference between the two sides. That plus the 2 failures from the Somerset top order. They were 58 for 5 in the first innings, bailed out by Josh Davey and Jack Leach and Peter Siddle, and then 70 for 5 in the second innings, and not bailed out by the lower order. So Somerset well beaten. They have a lot to think about on the long journey back to Taunton. The top order batting, should changes be made. How fit is Craig Overton? He was only able to bowl 3 overs on the first morning because of problems with his left foot. Will he be fit to take on Lancashire at Taunton on Thursday? If not, who will be? How big a blow is that to Somerset's prospects of securing the win that they desperately need to get their championship campaign back on track?
Safe travels to you, Anthony. Been great to once again share the commentary box with you, share your thoughts and your views on the game, and indeed sit alongside you, and indeed the same to Phoebe Graham, that has been with us for the last couple of days, and Thank you for everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch and say how much you've enjoyed the coverage. Again, many thanks to the camera crew, to Kirsty and Aaron for just keeping us on the straight and narrow and looking after us, and to everybody here that's once again been so hospitable in welcoming us back to Trent Bridge for the start of the home campaign. I hope it's a long and successful cricket season. To all you cricket followers out there, whoever you support and how much you interact with the game, really enjoyed your thoughts, your communications, your comments, and generally getting involved in the fun. But it's a real pleasure. I'm sure Anthony would agree to bring you these games, and we very much enjoy the reaction that it provokes. So we'll continue to do it as long as there's people out there that enjoy it. Notts have got the win. Safe travels to Phoebe.
Thank you, Dave.
Safe travels to you.
Yeah, always a pleasure to come to Trent Bridge, one of my very favourite grounds, and Nottingham is a wonderful city. And a special shout out to the parking stewards who are on the gate, who could not have been more pleasant and helpful, as indeed all of the stewards and other staff have been who I've encountered here over the last 4 days. So thanks very much for your hospitality, and let's hope Somerset make a rather better fist of things when we reconvene at Taunton at the end of June.
Looking forward to it, and I'll be happy to buy you a fruit juice when we gather at the end of June. BBC Radio Nottingham listeners, this afternoon the football, the match day programme begins in about quarter of an hour at 3:30. Nottingham Forest playing Manchester United. Did wonder if we'd still be playing here and we could listen to the roars and everything that was going on behind us. We won't. We might be out there still waiting to get an interview or two whilst all the roars are going on. If you're going to watch the football, if you're going to the football, enjoy it. If you've got something else to occupy your time and your thoughts, well, enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon. God willing, I'll be at Lord's on Thursday for Nottinghamshire's next match against Middlesex. Happy to bring you the commentary there. Remember, it'll be just the audio commentary. If you want me, you'll find me on the BBC Sport website and app, the Middlesex live stream, as they do it themselves, so I won't be on there. Anthony will be at Taunton as usual for what should be a real cracker, Somerset against Lancashire. Please take the trouble to tune in and listen to him and interact with him as you have done for this game. Once again, from Phoebe, from Anthony, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, it's a very good afternoon from us all at Trent Bridge.
Stephen, great result, and what a bowling attack to have at your disposal today.
Yeah, magnificent. I think right from word go, we showed our intent with the bat. Firstly, on day one after losing the toss in quite tricky conditions. I think Somerset would be disappointed with how they bowled in that first session. But to get ahead of the game at 125 for none was great. We knew we could lose wickets in clusters. And when we got up to over 250, we thought that was a really competitive total. and then Brett yesterday, firstly, I thought Stewart didn't get any rewards. First innings, the way he bowled. Dane, and even when Linden got the ball, he looked like getting a wicket. So, and then to back it up again today, getting chased nearer to 300, the lads have been magnificent. So, yeah, very happy.
How impressed are you with the result being wrapped up well inside 3 days as well, with that second day being completely lost?
Yeah, we always know here that, the wicket, he's had a bit of bad weather, so he's not had a great chance to prepare it as well as he wanted to. But I thought it was a great cricket wicket. I thought if you missed as a bowler, you could score off them. But if you bowl well, then you got your rewards. So, yeah, obviously massively happy to win a game, especially when one gets rained out. But, nice to get back on the horse and after last week and bounce back.
In terms of today's play, how important was it for you to make those early breakthroughs and to be in the game so much in Somerset's second innings? Yeah,
we always knew it was going to be tricky, especially the way Brett and Stewart bowled first. If you look at the balls that get us wicket, I think they're getting a lot of batsmen, especially the Bancroft one off Broad. I thought that was magnificent. But we also knew that if they did have a partnership, there wasn't too much to worry about because wickets have fallen in clusters. So, they set the tone magnificently well. It actually didn't do as much for the first 7 or 8 overs. It actually started doing a bit more after that. So, obviously we were made up to go into the break 4 down, and then to get one straight after with Dane just set us off really, and then we saw it home.
It was a decent length opening spell from Broad as well. Did he just sort of keep himself on by virtue of taking those wickets?
Pretty much, yeah. I think he was going to look into ball about 6 and then he got a wicket, so ball 1-1 and got another wicket. So, I think there's times as a captain and especially when you've got someone like that at your disposal who's a senior player that you can sort of work out times when you try and go for the kill, pretty much. And that was one of them, and luckily it worked today.
And how useful is it to have an ever-improving Stuart Broad at your disposal? We saw him working at lunch at Hampshire on new deliveries and new variations. How important is that as a captain to have someone like that in there?
Yeah, he's magnificent to have him. We obviously love having him around. I think hopefully he'll be available for about 4 out of our first 6 games. And then, later on in the season, there's no Test cricket, I don't think, after the Ashes. So we could have him for quite a lot this season with a bit of luck. But yeah, he's always looking to improve. He's always there helping. He's one of the first to go over to our young bowlers and help them out. We love having him, and hopefully a few more performances before he leaves us for the Ashes.
And with the bat, that new look opening pair is gelling quite nicely too.
Yeah, Hass and Ben are both playing really well, and I think Ben Slater's really benefited from going to 3 as well. I think he's more attacking options of getting him in better positions, and he's playing very well. We know that Ben Duckett scores quickly. That was one we think we can get off to quicker starts maybe. But that's no disrespect to what Hass and Slater have done as well, because we know that that's probably about an average of 50 as an opening partnership. So, we're very lucky at the minute. We know we're probably going to lose Ben after these 6 games as well. But we hopefully feel like we've got the people in the dressing room to fill them spaces. And
you touched on it earlier, on the back-to-back games in the start of the county championship. How important was it to you to get off to a win pretty swiftly in the season?
Yeah, and it sounds pretty stupid. Last week we didn't get 200 once, but I didn't feel like we batted that badly. I think a lot of people spent a lot of time at the crease. Nice for Linden to spend quite a bit of time at the crease yesterday. So I think now everyone spent a decent amount of time out there. But yeah, obviously I think every team can take a win. It's how you take a loss is more important to us, and bouncing back from a tough defeat last week at Hampshire to beat a decent Somerset side so convincingly has been very pleasing.
Cheers, Ian. Thanks for your time.